to the Turntable Ministry with gospel DJ Matt Cummins.
Think.
Check microphone 1 2.
check. It looks exact. Oh no, it's your gallery. And here it's my
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. If you are in here, make sure you've had something to eat. But if you have not yet had something to eat, please move towards the boardroom. That's where lunch is being served, and get something to eat really fast so that we run into the next item on our agenda. Thank you. Please.
On the same note, I understand the poets were the first to be served lunch, so I hope we are sorted because we are starting our second last round in 9 minutes. That is at 2:30. I hope all the poets are inside.
Hello, hello. Testing microphone 1 2. Hello, hello. Hello. Testing microphone 1 2. Hello.
Check microphone 1 2. Check. 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 Check microphone 1 2. Check.
Hello, hello. for the Rule of Law Debate 2020 is Team. Wow, so much suspense. Is Team Irene Muliagonja with a total of 9 points, with a total of 446 speaker points. That is the first team to break. Congratulations. The second team to break. Maybe you guys can signal if you're around. Team Irene. All right, great. Congratulations. The second team to break is Team Martin Egonda Ntende with a total of 8 points and a total of 436 speaker points. Is Team Martin around? Is Team Martin around? Is Team Martin Egonda Ntende around? Team Martin. Okay, great. Congratulations. The third team to break with a total of 6 points and a total of 438 speaker points is Team Jane Frances Abodo. Congratulations. The fourth team to break is Team Stella Arach Omoko with a total of 6 points and a total of 421 speaker points. Congratulations. The fifth team with 6 points as well, however with 415 speaker points, is Team Benedicto Chiwanuka. Is that team around? Is Team Benedicto Chiwanuka around? Do we have the Gulu team here? Maybe just to clarify, is Team Stella Arach Omoko here? Team Stella Arach Omoko? Also not here? Okay. Is Team Jane Frances Abodo here? Okay. So, the sixth team breaking with a total of 6 points as well, but with a total of 412 speaker points, is Team Faith Mwanda. Congratulations. Is Team Faith Mwanda here? All right. Another team breaking again with 6 points, but this time with a total of 405 speaker points, is Team Alphonse Owini Dolo. we can see that you're here. And finally, the team breaking again with 6 speaker points, but this time a total of 400 speaker points. Did I say that right? 6 points, but 400 speaker points. That team is the Team Richard Butera. Congratulations to the team. Is that team around as well? Is Team Richard around? Okay. Yeah, I think that's. Okay, congratulations to everyone. We are just going to move straight to reading. stand by, but we're going to be reading the draws as soon as possible, so you should prepare.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have all the teams that, let me just confirm the teams. I'm just going to do a roll call of our semi-finalists. So if you're in here, just put up your hand. So I'm just going to go through them again very fast, and then we're going to read our draw for the semi-final. So it's Team Irene Mulyagonja here. Team Irene Mulyagonja, thank you. Team Martin Engonda Ntende. Team Jen Francis Abodo. Okay. Team Stella Arach. Okay. Benedicto Chiwanuka. Faith Monda. Alfonso Winyidolo. And finally, Richard Butera. Okay, so guys, let's listen in. We are reading the draw for the semi-final right now. And then after that, Fortunate is going to read the resolution for us, and then we'll move to our rooms. So guys, this is room 1. No, sorry. Room 1 is up where it was, and this is room 2. You get it? Room 1 is up, room 2 is this one here. May the best team win.
Okay, so here are the pairings for the semi-final. In room 1, we have in opening government, Team Alphonse Owinyidolo in opening government. In opening opposition, we have Team Martin Egonda Ntende. In the closing government, we have Team Jane Francis Abodo. And in the closing opposition, we have Faith Monda. That is room 1. In room 2, in opening government, we have Benedicto Chiwanuka. In opening opposition, we have Irene Mulyagonja. In closing government, we have Richard Butera. And in the closing opposition, we have Stella Arach Omoko. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations to all the teams which have made the semi-finals. If you need reminding, there is no room for mistakes from here onwards. One mistake and you're out. All right. That said, the motion for the semi-finals has an info slide. The motion for the semi-finals has an info slide. And it goes like this. Qatar is renowned for its gross violations of human rights. Notable examples include allegations of mistreatment and eventual death of migrant workers during the construction of infrastructure for the 2022 World Cup. Egypt also faces the same human rights concerns, notably with regards to freedom of the press in that particular country. Both countries are to host global events this year, the former hosting World Cup and the latter hosting COP27 later this year in December. Let me read it again. Qatar is renowned for its gross human rights violations. Notable examples include allegations of mistreatment and eventual death of migrant workers during construction of infrastructure for the 2022 World Cup. Egypt also faces some of the same human rights concerns, notably with regards to freedom of the press in that country. Both countries are to host global events later this year, the former hosting the World Cup and the latter hosting COP27 in December. Okay. Before I read the motion, I have been informed that there are certain teams which are prepping with coaches. I have been told to remind you that is strictly prohibited. If they find you doing that, you'll be knocked out of the semi-finals and replaced with the next team on the tab. I repeat, you are strictly required to prep alone for the semi-finals and the finals. If you are got, you will be knocked out of the rounds. All right. The motion reads, this House believes that countries with a bad human rights record like Egypt and Qatar should not be allowed to host international events. This House believes that countries with a bad human rights record like Egypt and Qatar should not be allowed to host international events. You have 15 minutes prep time starting right now. We begin at exactly 12 minutes past 3. Good luck.
All poets that are here, kindly make your way to the boardroom. They are waiting your presence. Thank you.
These are the judges. In room 2, which is the one up, in room 2 up, the chair will be Joel Roy Muchunguzi, and the panels will be Segawa Ivan Sebastian and Tabitha Namwone. That is room 2 up. In room 1 here, I will be chair with Ebise Emiru and Garang Lester. Thank you.
If you're here and you've not had something to eat, there's still some food for you. So kindly make your way to the boardroom area and get served. Thank you.
and respectful of the person on the person speaking. Aside from that, may the best team win. And audience, please keep quiet. If you're in the audience, please do us a favor and maintain utmost silence. Thank you very much. If possible, you could also move forward and cover up the seats which are empty at the front. Okay, let's have the Prime Minister open the debate.
Resolved, this House believes that countries with a bad human rights record like Egypt and Qatar should not be allowed to host international. Resolved, this House believes that countries with a bad human rights record like Egypt and Qatar should not be allowed to host international events. Ladies and gentlemen, the questions that we are going to answer in this debate as the opening government are the following. The country's nature towards depriving people their human rights. Secondly, we're going to give you the benefits these countries would get from hosting these events. And also we're going to give you what happens after they are stopped from hosting these events. Then we shall give you why we think, the reason as why we think they should not host, and also the result of stopping them from hosting these events. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the nature of this debate is mainly about protecting human rights. Now, the nature of these countries, Qatar and Egypt and others, is that there is a kind of deprivation of human rights, which comes in a way of using the Qatar code, which includes flogging and also stoning as their main punishment in their countries. Also, there is another, and this punishment is against the UN Convention, which mainly talks about, freedom against torture. Now, also, there is a kind of forced homosexuality in their countries. Then also there is exploitation and abuse in regards to basing on culture and race, which we think is not fair according to the international conventions. We also there is human trafficking, which is degrading in its nature. There is also torture. Now, this torture also comes in a way in which they give their punishments, which is through the Qatar code, which is flogging and stoning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what are the benefits these countries would get from hosting these events? First of all, they would get the economic benefits, whereby obviously people will have to pay to attend those events. Secondly, they would also there are people who will go there mainly for the event and also later go for tourism, which would help them earn money for their country. Then also there are investors that would come in the event and then later end up investing in those countries. Now, what will happen after these countries are stopped from hosting these events? First of all, after these countries have been stopped from hosting these events, they will question the reason as to why they have been stopped. And after questioning the reason, obviously, now we think they should not, of course, after stopping them from hosting, it will be important to protect human rights in these ways. So we think they should not host because they will be risking the lives of the attendants. And also we think that the main discussion here, it is going to be about educative punishment. So we think it is going to be a kind of educative punishment whereby these people will learn to protect human rights, because automatically after making them lose their economic benefits that we're going to get from the event, and also stopping them from getting those tourists that were going to come in the event and then later go for tourism, and also stopping them from getting investors. It is going to be a big setback for their country. So we think it is going to be a kind of educative punishment. So we think that these countries should be stopped from hosting these events, because it is going to help them learn that after these countries have deprived people, or even the attendants, or even the citizens themselves, their rights, they are going to automatically be stopped from hosting such events until when they learn how to protect the human rights of people. Also, we think it is important to protect the lives of the people that will have come for the event, as well as the people that will also be in that country, the inmates of that country that will go for the event. So we think by allowing them host these events, someone might also do anything, maybe a crime, and then they are flogged, which is unfair according to the international conventions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what do we think that is going to be the end result of this kind of treatment? We think that, first of all, these countries will learn how to protect human rights, because I don't think they would forego their economic development or even the profits out of the events for just mere threatening human lives. Now, next, we think that these people are going to be saved. The tourists, or even the people that come to attend those events, are going to be saved from, being treated unfairly, whereby maybe someone out of that event may end up doing something and this person is kind of stoned or something. So mainly in our debate, we think that it is going to be an educative move for these countries, and at the end of the day, we shall achieve protection of human rights in those countries, because we do not think that a country can forego their economic development for mere mistreatment of human lives. I beg to rest.
Resolved, this House believes that countries with bad human rights record shouldn't be allowed to host international events. Panel, I'll begin with what are those international events that we usually have. Just like in our info slide, we have the COP25, we have the World Cup. And what is the main purpose behind these events? The main purpose behind these events are to foster change, and not only change, but developmental change. Now look at like COP26, it looks at climate change. Climate change is an issue that affects each and every country. Let's look at the World Cup. The World Cup brings up people, and it is a collective responsibility whereby different countries are actually coming together that will promote international relations. Now to continue on that, we are going to look at the bad human rights that are actually in place. The discrimination, the freedom of press association that has been cut away. Now, why do we have in the first place not to actually take away why should we allow that we should participate in the international events? One, dear judges, we are going to look at this. We are seeing that these countries are actually going to become extreme in a way that their rights, they have already been not following the human rights. So if we isolate them, we see that they are actually going to worsen the situation like it has been before. Dear judges, to continue on that, we see that the main major purpose of these events, it is to bring a collective responsibility, whereby we are looking at different relations, different countries coming to relate together. Now, I'm going to give you the effect of the exclusion. What is it going to bring about? It is going to kill the collective fight. It is going to push them to the extreme, and they're also going to be no longer interested. Now, I'm also going to talk about the liability. Now, we have already seen that these countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia are already not following the human rights. Now, in an instance whereby we decide to actually discriminate them from taking part of these social international events, it is going to make them, they are not going to be, should I say, pressed in a way, because they have not actually been doing these things. So they are not liable, even if they do not participate in. Now I'm going to show you the effect of inclusion. Why should we actually involve these countries with bad human rights to actually participate in the international events? We are looking at that. They will have an incentive to protect their image, dear judges. We are looking at, they have already created an image that they actually do not protect the human rights. But we are saying, what if we actually give them a chance to participate with the people who are promoting the human rights? Meaning that they would want to protect their image basing on how the other countries have been participating or promoting the human rights. Then we also see that these different countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar that have not been following the good human rights are going to also make pledges. This, while we include them, yes? Thank you. Dear judges, the question is about whether we should allow them basing on the human rights. Now, I will continue and address the question in my substantive speech. If we let these countries actually boycott, what are we actually going to have? We are going to see that they are going to continue mistreating the people. But if we let them associate with people who are promoting these human rights, they are going to have inclusion. Now, let's look at Saudi Arabia. For it has also been among the countries that are having bad human rights. But as we see, they have started loosening on their tightness of not following the human rights, whereby we see they are actually now advocating for freedom of press. People can actually drive cars. So this will actually, when we motivate them to join these international relations, it will act as a motivation so that they can learn from the best. So we shall have collective responsibility. We shall see that at the end of it all, we are having collective solution to the problems that are existing. That is not following the human rights that are in existence. So that's why we actually believe for us to solve a problem, we do not run away from the problem, but we should rather offer a solution. So us participating, letting these countries with a bad human rights participate in the international relations, they're going to learn from the best and also adopt the change and become better people. With that, I beg to rest my case.
Thank you very much, Leader of Opposition. Just for clarity, in case you want to raise a POI, kindly use a mic. So you would have to share that mic on that side to make sure that whoever wants to say something is properly heard. Thank you.
Resolved. The year before 2000, China was halted from taking part of a World Cup because of using magic in that very tournament. When years went by, China has gone to learn the fact that it needs to actually be like any other country. And trust me, in the year to come, China is going to take part of the world, is going to be part of the World Cup. Resolved. Not until do we need to show this country that indeed what they are doing is inhuman, indeed what they are doing is archaic and barbaric, they will not learn. And therefore that is the reason as to why we stand to say that instead of showing mercy to the few and leaving others die, we rather put aside and actually as an educative punishment, educate these countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Egypt, that they need not to disrespect humanity, but rather uphold human rights, ladies and gentlemen. What does team opposition come stating? They come showing the main purpose of these organizations or tournaments or international gatherings, that they are aimed at fostering change, for example, climate change, for example, bringing together people, for example, the World Cup. And we're asking ourselves, yes, should we only go to uphold these programs of climate change and World Cup and put aside human rights? What will it embrace? What will it benefit? You're going to take part in enjoyment activities like World Cup, and when coming back you're sodomized, on coming back you're actually homosexual, on coming back your rights have been disrespected. This is not what we are going to foster, ladies and gentlemen. They are again put in place that now they are actually we are worsening the situation instead of including them into the system. That now we are pushing them away. But we are saying, no, it is an educative punishment. The way China was educated, that there is no use of magic in football, it is the same education we want these countries that actually should uphold. Why are we saying so? We are not showing them that they are bad, but they continue to give the effects of inclusion, that incentives to protect the image, to protect to uphold freedom of speech and media, but we again call for impact analysis. What is the impact of carrying out these activities, these international gatherings in these countries that disrespect human rights than actually living them? If a bigger population, for example, a population that covers World Cup is a very bigger population that visits these countries, of what impact will it be? That even when our people go there, they will actually not come back as they have gone, but they will come back in the worst. That is not what we want. But we need a country that will respect human rights. Now, that is the question we actually ask them. Have these countries ratified or included the international law within their law? They say they fail to give an answer. But Qatar is part of the international covenants, in particular the United Nations. And we understand the United Nations has an act of the United Nations Covenant against torture. This actually has been stood against in 2014 when Qatar passed the Qatarian criminal code that upholds flogging, that upholds stoning, which is actually contravening with this international obligation. Now, a country that has gone ahead to contravene or go against an international provision, how can we also feel sorry for it and pity for it that we take our people as culprits? Still ahead, we have seen the ICCPR that upholds human rights fundamentally and prioritizes it. But Qatar and Egypt and these other countries have gone ahead to uphold rights that are against the human rights, ladies and gentlemen. And so, as the opening government, why are we saying that? What are we saying that is a better measure? Educative punishment. And what is this educative punishment? That we are going to hold, we are going to stop. We are not going to have these international gatherings in these countries because our people are afraid. Already the people that are there are facing challenges of abuse, homosexuality, sodomy, a lot of human rights are being interfered with. So can we continue with such acts? Yet we have international organizations that have a hand to stop, that have a hand to help actually. We have better countries. We have other countries that can actually give a hand in upholding. The more you're showed that you need to improve on something, next time you'll fight hard to be on the same standard with others so that you can actually also, like I said with China, the way it is going to be welcomed into the World Cup. Even Qatar and in Egypt, they will take to understand that they need to respect humanity, they need to respect human rights so that they can march on the same standing with others, not a point of feeling pity for them. Thank you so much. I submit.
So, Chair, this debate is about in whose world do we actually achieve realization of a good human rights track record for which country. The alternative is not legal action. The alternative is inclusion. Should we include? Should we exclude? Should be the major point of discussion. So what you get in my speech is fundamentally to demonstrate to you that the leverage that opening government is claiming for is not sufficient enough to create some sort of pain that is necessarily going to make these countries abide by the human rights track record. Secondly, I'll be demonstrating to you why the benefits of actually including them within these international events accrue more impact as regards to the human rights track record is actually concerned as opposed to its exclusion of the same, right? So what you get from opening government is entirely because you see these guys accrue some sort of economic benefits, and that kind of benefit is sufficient enough to make them, we want how much money from these teams that have come, and essentially this should be incentive enough for them to actually want so much to host so much that they're going to disobey they're going to rectify something that they have over the time disobeyed. We think that is insufficient. 3 reasons. First thing, we tell you that most of these countries, by the way, they do not have as exactly struggling economic lives so much that they are going to survive on how much money, whatever 26 participation is going to bring to their country. But even if that benefit was there, we still think that it is negligible. Why? Because the nature of a country that necessarily violates human rights is not like, you can't say that, oh my God, they never knew about these human rights and as such they are violating them. They are aware and they have violated them regardless. What that means that they have big hearts. Those big hearts will not be scared by whatever coin COP26 was meant to bring into their benefit. Crucially, that is what the kind of liability that you get from team opening government. And I've demonstrated to you that that liability is not sufficient in and of itself, right? So that's the Deputy Prime Minister tells you about international conventions and why China was demonstrated. Now, let me give you a live example. Saudi Arabia has been one of the countries that is trying to get into, like, included within the world in itself. But what has the inclusion of Saudi Arabia done within the world, in the world scope? We have seen that women have been given some rights. For example, they are now allowed to, like, drive cars. We have seen some degree of freedom of press being granted. How? Because Saudi Arabia in and of itself is one that has demonstrated like progress in terms of achieving human rights, and that has entirely been accrued to the inclusion they have been having to the global world. Back to the case of opening opposition chair. We tell you that the nature of international events is so that, one, we have collective effort towards fighting whatever problems we have. Issues such as climate change, issues such as, like, having a march and all that, to ensure and guarantee peace and tranquility. And I'll be demonstrating to you why that kind of mechanism inherently goes away from the very rationale of holding international events, right? Secondly, we tell you that these are platforms of check and balance, because then we think that their countries are more incentivized to make their image better in a world where they're included, or they are constantly checked in a world where they're included vis-a-vis a world where they are excluded. So, principally, justify the fact that internationally these events are meant for a common good. Exclusion of some countries on grounds of human rights record, which are not going to be realized, by the way, we think then fundamentally it takes away the collective effort. We think that is bad for collective fight over things such as climate change, and we think that that effect is undesirable, even when noting the fact that even those human rights are not going to be realized in the long run, right? So we tell you therefore that the benefits you get is that, you see, you incentivize these people to actually rectify their image and become better people. That is to say, they get to realize those human rights records, as I've given you the example of Saudi Arabia, right? We think that inclusion or collective effort is something that we do not want to disregard, or the essence of international events in and of themselves. The disadvantage you get with exclusion is that you push them to the extreme end. They are less incentivized to do anything about it, because then there is no one who is going to even check and balance them at the end of the day. But most importantly, because we think that exclusion is one that puts them at the extreme to even worsen the already bad human rights record. What have I been able to prove to you? That the word of closing government and opening government cannot in any way, or that leverage is not sufficient whatsoever to make these countries want to obey and abide by the human rights. That's demonstrated. I have also been able to show you that the benefits of inclusion are better towards achieving human rights, and also other benefits of the international events. I rest my case.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. Let us have the Member of Government come and continue the government case. Here.
Okay. Okay, I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. There are two things I want us to understand in today's debate. One is the nature of these international events, but also the nature of countries that are chosen to host these events. Thirdly, I say two, but there are three. The nature of countries that actually violate human rights and are proud about it. One, these events that we are hosting are events that create a certain profile for states that actually host them. A certain form of glorification. Because if at South Africa, for example, you host the World Cup, wow, South Africa is developed all this. If it's Qatar, that is a profile that comes with you. A certain form of prestige and glorification, which I'm going to prove to you is very problematic at the end of the day. But also, these events that are hosted,
a lot of investment, a lot of money. Money which I'll prove to you at the end of the day does not benefit the intentions of human rights, the intentions that are proper, but rather intentions that push these people to even be worse perpetrators of human rights of the people in the countries where they are. Now, moving forward, let's look at the nature of countries that are actually violent to human rights. I agree with what Speria said. Most times, these are countries that are already developed. So really, the financial pinch that we give to them may not at the end of the day really affect them or cause them to stop. The best example is the war happening in Russia and Ukraine. After the Russia-Ukraine war happened, there were a lot of bans on Russia, or you cannot trade this, you cannot trade that. But that was still continued because, yes, we acknowledge that this pinch may not be directly to them. But I'm going to show you 3 things that are very important and will lead to the limited violence of human rights, not only in those states, but also in smaller, young, developing states that may look up to some of these states. 1, that is my first argument. That's our first argument as the closing government. That's precedence. The kind of precedence it sets for smaller states that look up to these states that give them funding. Remember, the world is already divided according to different ideologies. We have capitalists, we have socialists, and these different people are fighting for a place, and this place they are fighting for comes in form of funds, funding projects and everything else. If we get these states and set a precedence that, oh, this state can host an event that's international, so why can't this state fund me as a young state at the end of the day, and I can get funds from it and accept what it's telling me to do, because come on, it's already being glorified and it's being put out there as a good state at the end of the day. But also, if you cannot hold a big state like Qatar or a big state like Egypt for its or try to sanction them in any way, however ineffective it may be for violating human rights, what picture does it paint to younger states that look up to organizations like the United Nations? Where do you think such conspiracy theories actually come from at the end of the day? They come from such actions, the failure to take in as much minimum as these actions may be on these people or on these states. Now, Speria comes and argues inclusion and says, oh, if we invite these people to join us, at the end of the day, human rights will be better. How many times has UN said, okay, these states don't join us or something of the sort? No. Joining other states in bodies or certain organizations is already open. People are free to join movements that, for example, foster human rights, but people have not done it before. So the argument that, oh, if we bring them close to us, they will not violate human rights. In Qatar, when they came up with the flogging of the people, they were already hosting those games that they're talking about. So that is not really an argument to say that if we include people, they'll be better, because there is nothing in status quo that really pushes them away if it's not already for their bad actions that they do. Well, we believe there is an incentive. The incentive they give us, we believe there is need for an incentive. The incentive that Speria's team gives us today is that, oh, why these states are changing is because they're actually being included. But no. On my other argument that will follow this argument, which is empowerment of citizens through such a policy, if we stop these people from hosting such events, it creates a certain level of awareness among the citizens in these states that their countries are actually bad, or their leaders are bad, and rather not being glorified. And that's why you see women today can drive cars in Qatar, because these women go to the states and cry for their rights and what actually belongs to them. It's not because Qatar at the end of the day was hosting these games, or it was allowed to host these games. Progress in empowering these people is by showing them that yes, as a world, we acknowledge that your governments are bad, so you can stand up against them. But also, if we look at injecting money to these states, okay, maybe it may not affect them, but why should we as a world invest in a state that is going to use that money at the end of the day to build bombs, to finance terrorists, and even to oppress their people more at the end of the day? That's what we call the moral burden of other states that actually respect the human rights of these people. Do not look at the magnitude of if this will affect them at the end of the day, but look at the precedence it sets and the empowerment of the citizens that it gives them at the end of the day. I rest my case.
Thank you. Pano, I have a problem with the closing government. They want to come here and tell us that they are fighting for human rights. They want to show us that they feel for them. Yet in their whole speech, they are fighting a human right itself. Freedom of association. Freedom of association is a human right on its own. It is catered for under Section 10 of the Charter, of the African Charter, of the Charter. But what they forget is that the governments they are talking about, countries like Qatar, countries like Egypt, they are categorized in two big bodies. We have the government side, and then we have the non-governmental side. And they are forgetting that. And they are forgetting that. In this particular debate, what we are focusing on, there are these civil societies. The civil societies that bring about change, like the opening opposition told you. We are focusing on these civil societies. I'm going to give you, in my debate, I'm going to be giving you the nature of these civil societies. I'm going to be telling you more about the freedom of association and international events. They forget to tell us who actually hosts these international events. Is it the government? Is it only the government that hosts these international events? We want to tell you that these international events are actually hosted by these civil societies that are doing their best to bring about change. So if we ignore that, these bodies, these organizations that are trying to do their best to actually empower these human rights, then we are crippling them. We are crippling the work they are trying to do. What? The work they are trying to do. So in that sense, anything they are arguing is just problematic and it doesn't work out. We want to tell you that these civil societies, they are there to check the government. Yeah? We've already said that these governments are not doing their best in human rights. But remember, these civil societies are there to check them. They are there to bring accountability to the government. And we are talking about them actually hosting. Yeah? So hosting, by them hosting, it doesn't mean that the human rights are going to be what? Violated. For them in their world, it feels like when they host and participate, the government is going to beat up people and all that. But remember, we are talking about these civil societies that are actually bringing about what? That are actually bringing about change. They have a point on the states that have higher profile, so if they host, the smaller countries won't have anything to learn from them. But again, if you don't understand that in this debate we are mostly focused about civil societies that are actually doing their best to bring about change, then we don't get what your exact contribution is to this debate. We want to tell you that in these international events, the most thing that we should focus on is participation. Who is participating in these international events? And the closing government fails to understand that. It fails to understand that the people actually hosting these international events, much as the country itself could host, but then also we have these civil societies that are put together. They have goals. They have goals that they are chasing. They have values, and the values that are to do what the government is not doing. And like I've said, you cannot claim for a right and use that right to cripple the other right. So on their end, we don't really necessarily get the right. We tell you that freedom of association is a right, like we have said. And freedom of association can only be scrapped off if it is in violation of these things according to the Charter, Section 22, subsection 2. Some of these things are limitations of national security, public policy. Some of these are protections of rights, among very many others. And so, if these international events, like we have seen, that they are there for the benefit of the people, if they are not doing these things that we have listed below, why are you stopping them from hosting? Because at the end of the day, like we have said, them having this freedom of association is actually which is going to bring about change. It's what's going to bring about impact, other than you leaving them with the governments that are already holding them back. So we tell you that from their end, we don't get a solution. Let these countries host these international events. Like we've already told you from our side, we are caring about the civil societies, because these tournaments, this theme, this is what it is about. Their freedom of association. And like we have said, if they are not going against public policy, if they are not going against national security, if they are not going against the rights of the people, who are you then to stop them? Thank you.
I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. So, panel, what we get from the closing government is closing opposition is very, very interesting. We get the idea that we are talking about a freedom of association. We are talking about participation. We are talking about the rights or the fact that civil society organizations have these rights to host these international events. The picture that we painted for you, especially from the closing government, is that what does it mean for these states to actually host these international events? A country that hosts these international events is sort of painting a picture of we agree with you, we are in agreement with you, especially when you find that states have signed instruments that bind them together. It's a sort of, I am okay with what you do. I appreciate what you do. It is a good thing, right? So that is the kind of picture you paint if you say that it is okay for a certain country to host a certain event. What we talk about when we want to rebut their idea of association is that we recognize that civil society organizations have all these concerns about human rights, right? But when we isolate these countries, we create a certain pressure from down within the citizens. We create a certain pressure within these civil society organizations to hold at the end of the day their governments accountable. So we are not necessarily excluding these civil society organizations. We are simply actually opening their eyes and empowering them to take into consideration that their states have actually been denied a right to host in order to create a certain kind of pressure that will create accountability at the end of the day, and at the end of the day will push for better observation of these human rights. But the other thing that we've shown you is that while we create this pressure from within, we also kind of set a precedent. So we are not necessarily just isolating the state, right? I told you that the nature of a state hosting an international event, even just CHOGM, we simply say that we are okay with how things are in your country. So when they argue, especially from the opening opposition, that just simply isolating a state will not incentivize it enough to start to observe human rights. That might be true. However, respect the kind of pressure we create from within, right? But also create the kind of precedent that we are allowing not to flourish in this kind of contextualization. What we get, how we differ, especially from our opening, is that we show you that when we show that we are not satisfied with what a certain state is doing, we are also sort of accountable, especially if we have instruments that sort of bind us together. So we create a pressure. The whole idea that civil society organizations are the ones that host these international events is a sort of fallacy that we think should not fly in this debate. When we build on their idea of educative punishment, we are respecting that pressure that comes from within. That government might not see it, but the more a certain state is denied to host an event every single time, that creates a certain sort of awareness within the people, even these civil society organizations. The more that we deny a sort of association, because all these rights are limited, right? They are subject to various limitations. So what we are showing you, panel, is that there might be, on either side of the house, you are trying to solve a problem of observation of human rights, right? So one of the ways that we think that we are holding every state accountable is that you will not participate with us, even when they say that this is a bad thing. Every other time states have been cutting off trade or whatever. States that are in agreement about a certain something will always find a way of sort of building a punishment if a certain thing that they together agree upon is not respected. That is the same message that we are sending across when we say that we are not only, as the opening says, kind of build an educative, sort of put around an educative sort of punishment, but the kind of pressure we are creating even from the neighboring states is an incentive that we want this house to recognize. That the pressure might not be exactly recognized by the government, but by the neighboring states, by the people themselves, by the civil society themselves. They create a certain kind of pressure that we think should be observed in this debate. So the arguments of isolation will not solve the problem. It might be true, it might not, as they see it. However, when you look at it from our side of the house and the kind of picture that we want to create is that when a country that is not observing human rights hosts events that show that, because when we show you the necessity and what it means for a country to host an international event is agreement. It is fundamentally agreement that we agree with how you do your things. We are okay with how you do your things. So when we want to, when we isolate a state, we are simply showing it that you are violating things that you should be, at the end of the day, paying attention to. So what do you get from our side of the house? You get a sort of precedent and pressure that not only comes, if the government doesn't see it, neighboring states will create it, civil societies will create it, the people themselves will create it, and at the end of the day, we have better observation of human rights at our side of the house. Thank you.
Let us have the opposition whip to come and close the closing opposition case and bring the entire debate to a close.
All right, I'll begin in 3, 2, 1. Okay, the question in this debate is whether countries with a bad human rights record should be allowed to host international events or not. So, what do we get from the government side? Government side urges that, you know what, you should allow them because it's going to be exemplary, they're going to learn from them, and then go ahead and give other things like glorification, intention, and precedent. But in times when you want a country to learn from its mistakes or from its bad things, you do not shy away from telling them the exact thing. You allow them host that same event and actually talk about the same things. And after hosting it tomorrow, and they're going to, in times when they want to protect their precedent, that's when they're going to mind about, not doing the exact thing, which we're discussing about in that event. So in that particular time, we think that the discussion does not stand. So secondly, talk about glorification and reputation. What kind of reputation will a country have after violating the same issues that were being discussed about in the same event that were held in that country? That is something that they do not understand in that particular thing. So secondly, they talk about the observation of the closing opposition come and talk about the better observation of the human rights. We think that in times when you allow these countries to host these events, it's a time when they actually go ahead and observe human rights. They come and tell us that, you know what, for how long shall these countries, stay in that state? For how long shall we allow them, shy away telling them, stop associating with us because you're violating human rights, and this in this case affects also the neighboring countries, because one, in times when the country is having such violations, the neighboring countries are not safe. That's how people move from that country to another, because why they're not safe in that country, their human rights are being violated, and that particular thing, we feel that it does not stand in their case, because one, they do not care about the rights of those people who are not entitled within the rights of those people within the associations, because one, the reason why we have those associations is protect those personnel. In times where that is not fulfilled, we feel that it does not stand in this particular thing. So what do you get from closing opposition? You get that one, in times when we are talking about the freedom of association in those countries, in times when you want to mind about the purpose and the intention of us having the freedom of association, it is the time when you have to mind about, inclusivity and allowing these countries, also host these events. It is the time when you want to allow, regardless of the image you have, because the past cannot be undone. So in times when you find that the past cannot be undone, it is very important for us to focus on the future and allow these countries to, take part in these things so that they can, learn and understand what they've been doing. What they've been doing is not a right thing. And actually, after learning all that, we feel that it's the time when they're going to have, you're going to have human rights respected. You're going to have everything move up in place. So we tell you that in times when we have the freedom of expression, or the freedom of association, in terms in a country where we have two divided entities, a civil society and a government, we understand that these events that they're talking about, everything that they're talking about, is one that talks about civil societies. So in terms when you want, talk about civil societies, and still you want to promote the existence in certain country and promote human rights, and again denying them the right of association, it is one thing that we do not find important in this case. So,
until that in these times when we want accountability of this country that actually we are telling them, you know what you cannot do, what you can do easier is we want them to have an accountability of what they actually participated in. It's going to be very easy for us because one, they will argue that, you know what, you exclude us from your events. So why do you want us actually, follow whatever you're doing? So in terms when you want them to actually follow what they're doing, you have to include them in this particular thing. So in terms when you want another thing what the government fails to understand is that they fail to understand that not allowing them is not going to stop them from violating their human rights. Still, they'll continue violating these human rights in terms where they feel like they're being neglected and everything. That's when they're going to continue doing reckless things. That's when they're going to begin doing bad things because they think they're not going to be accountable to anyone. They're going to not be accountable to anything. That's when you find that accountability is fundamentally that is going on the case of democracy is not coming up in this particular thing. So we feel that in times when you want to promote all that, so it is one thing that you have to know to continue. So what are the clash points in this case? We have the learning basis. The government argues that, because it being a punishment to them, they're going to learn from it. But the opposition tells you that, in times when you want these people to learn from the things, to have anything come up in particular thing, we feel that and taking them into the particular. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for an engaging round. The teams which will make it to the final will be announced after the panel discussion. Thank you.
all red, we're going to have an open panel discussion session, basically around the theme of the entire tournament and all the activities thereunder. I am going to be the moderator of that session, and you are all invited to actively listen in and pick the minds of those that will engage in that discussion. So that discussion is going to start right about now, and it will be a brief session, really to create awareness and try and foster engagement among us that are seated here. And I will invite the two panelists to join me here, Mr. Bob Mayonza and Mr. Gabriel Achaye, who will be joining me at the table here for the discussion. And I will introduce their portfolios when they are at the table with me here. So for the panelists, please do come here, and then we can have the formal introductions and we can begin. Okay, thank you very much. So once again, good evening to everyone. Maybe just a brief introduction. The theme of the Rule of Law Debate and Poetry Challenge 2022 is around civil society, the right to freedom of association for civil society organizations in Uganda. And it's a project really undertaken by the Uganda Law Society in coalition with support members from the German Corporation and the European Union and other support partners. So the discussion that we are going to have is going to be around this theme. And for this discussion, we have been joined by Mr. Bob Mayonza. Mr. Bob Mayonza, who loves to be casually referred to as Bob, is the country director for the Pilgrim Center for Reconciliation, and he is passionate about human rights. Mr. Bob, glad to have you here. You can turn it on. I hope it's on.
Thank you.
Okay, then I have Mr. Gabriel Achaye. Mr. Gabriel Achaye is a lawyer by profession, a graduate of Makerere Law School. He's also, he works with the Uganda Law Society and is passionate about human rights and extractive industries and all the issues therein. Mr. Gabriel, it's a pleasure to have you here. Okay. So the panelists being introduced, I just want us to start this discussion with Gabriel, right? Civil societies in this country, the common narrative has been that in your assessment, what do you think has been the performance of civil society organizations at the country level? And what do you think are some of the challenges that are emerging?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for that question. Now, to start with, I think it's very important for us to get to know the history of civil society in this country. For those who are scholars of constitutional history, you will note that Uganda has gone through very turbulent times, right from the 60s. Actually, let's start from as far as 1940 or 1945, when the fight and struggle for independence of this country began. That's the first time we begin to hear of formation of political parties and groups of activism. And then fast forward, Uganda attains independence, and we have some constitutional reforms Civil society in the 1960s, not very well pronounced. We had more of political parties, and in Uganda's case, for those scholars of constitutional history, you know the different formations and breakups of political parties, UPC, KY, UPU, so on and so forth. Quick fast forward, 1971 January, there's a military coup, legal notice number 1, banning a lot of things, and no much activism. We see the ban of political parties in Uganda and any other groups affiliate there too. This morning I was watching a video that was trying to show a meeting that the late President Idi Amin had with cultural leaders then, who were enthusiastic that their kingdoms were going to be reinstated, and he came out bluntly and said, hey, at that same event, ironically, he was promoted to general from Major General, and he doesn't restore. And fast forward, 1980, Obote comes in, political parties are stifled. There's no much mention of civil society in terms of civil society organizations in Uganda's history until 1980, 86 onwards, when we see the NRM regime coming into power and trying to promote the freedom of association. And fast forward 1995, we promulgate a constitution that follows the 1988 Constitutional Review Committee and some of the suggestions. And then we begin to see Article 29, the one that we are now debating about, coming into light. And freedom of association now is being brought into the public spectrum. 1995 onwards saw an enactment of very many civil society organizations. A number of them were founded from 1995 onwards in Uganda, save for the Uganda Law Society, which I work, that is not civil society, but enacted by an act of government. So involvement of civil society in this country, one, has been largely based on the political terrain of the country at the given time, because you'll see that when this current regime comes into power, you'll see them trying to promote rights and freedoms. Uganda's constitution is being praised. It's a fundamental change then. And we are held to have one of the best constitutions in Africa. And trouble comes in around 2001 to 2011, when we begin to have increase in opposition in this country, and then you see an enactment of laws that are meant to stifle the activities of civil society. Some of these moronic laws, now have led to the formation of entities like the NGO Bureau that is putting up very draconian requirements for establishment of NGOs, the Anti-Money Laundering Act. You see it being formed. But it would be unfair for me to score the performance of NGOs. Why? Because it's largely based on the political terrain. And for those of you who are still living in paranoia, we are under a dictatorship. And when you're under a dictatorship, your freedom of association is stifled. It goes to as petty as trying to bar association of groups of persons who want to enjoy the nyege. It now becomes an issue before your parliament, as if it's the only issue that is banning this country. So for me, I would rather look at the terrain that the civil society organizations operate in. And right now, we have a stifling of the civic space. You've seen actions of government. Their reign of terror started from as far as 2011, 2016, There are NGOs like URAF, for those of you who know Human Rights Awareness.
Okay.
Yeah, their offices are broken into in 2016. A security guard is battered and beaten up. Actions of the state, just trying to intimidate and stifle activities of civil society. So I would say that civil society, in my opinion, has tried its best to operate within the given circumstances that the country has presented.
Okay.
As you know, we have a president who is clinging on to power for life. So what do we do?
Fair enough. I want to bring in Bob there because I know that you are a country director of a civil society organization, or what I would term as an organization that operates in that space. So from your experience running such an organization, has it been your take that there is continuous action by the state to limit the extent of activities either that you conduct or that those within your space conduct?
Thank you. Well, I lead an organization. It's an NGO. But we have to understand, are we called to a position of power, or we are called to a position to empower? That is one of the things that we need to understand when we come to civil society. Because most times, people's interests outweigh the real reasons why these civic societies were formed. That's the reason why I'm asking the question. Are we called to a position of power or a position to empower? Because civil societies are to empower, but the people who are leading them most times change the narrative because they take their own interests above the interests of the society. So when we come to freedom of association, what are the interests? What are the causes of why are we forming what we are forming? So we need to go back to the basic. So for us as an organization, we stick to the objectives, to the mission of why we formed what we formed. So, and I believe that is the reason why my brother was saying a little bit of political. Because now when you look at most of the civil societies that we have, you will find out that all the leaders, one or another, are extremists. They take the extreme to their own interests, but not to the interests of why this civic society was formed.
Okay, fair enough. I think I'll bring back Gabriel on that because if we capture what Bob is saying, essentially, it is that there might be a bit of a mismatch in the aims and objectives of those that lead these types of organizations. And if we took that down a logical chain, we could infer that that might be a cause of clash or disagreement between how these organizations interact with the state. So do you think that there is a bit of a challenge with how civil societies are working and that the mode of their operations is what is bringing them into conflict with the state?
Thank you. One, I think it's important to say that every organization has its vision, mission, and objectives. My brother Bob runs an organization with a vision and a mission, and is a leader in that organization. I work for an organization that is enacted by an Act of Parliament 1956. It has a mission and a vision. And I run there under a project under the organization which has its objectives. I think for me, the question is not about the mode of work or the nature of the leader of an organization, but rather we need to appreciate that every organization is formed with a specific objective. and it has a specific role to undertake. And for me, the question should be, or rather, the point of contention should be, are these organizations being given adequate space for them to operate? I mean, I can mention, there are so many organizations. For example, when you look at organizations like URAF, okay? You know what URAF does. It's fighting for rights of minorities. But you'll find government is curbing down on that organization because it feels that the particular group of people whom URAF seeks to protect are unwanted persons in Uganda, and therefore URAF is promoting subversive activities, if I may say, and they decide to clamp down on it. So for me, I believe let the civil society organizations be given their space to operate, no matter what their aims and objectives are. And let the government do its role of regulating, because now we have a pandemonium in this country. Day in, day out, we wake up to new laws. We have 40 bogus laws that are there to cut down on the activities of civil society organizations. One is the Anti-Money Laundering Act. If my brother Bob tomorrow received $1 billion on his account and he doesn't report to the FIA, they'll do to him what my brother Nicholas went through. So for me, because we are living in this bubble of dictatorship, in this bubble of paranoid government, civil society is being forced to slow down on its activities. Many of you heard about the closure of DGF in February 2021. DGF was employing thousands of Ugandans, hundreds of thousands of Ugandans, many of them being lawyers and social scientists and social workers. But because somebody woke up one day and felt that they have to control the fund is being misguided, being used for funding of opposition parties, the fund is closed down. Now, I speak for the Uganda Law Society when I say that the fund was helping us reach out to close to over 5 million Ugandans who needed legal aid service provision. Now all these are being left out in the in the dark, and they do not know where to go. So those are the negative situations or unfortunate situations that civil society organizations find themselves operating under.
I just want to come in just to what my brother is saying. Well, what he's saying is totally right. But the only problem that we have is I wish we can always front things or ideas that are best for the country. Because we have people that put their own interests above the national interests. So whatever is being brought, whatever is being said, they first see, and in Luganda we always say mfunira muwa. So as civic societies, I believe what we should first do is how do we help to build this country better? Because I believe civic societies are here one way or another to bring or to add a stone on the development and the success of this country. Regardless of where things go or where things come from, the first important interest should be Uganda, not Bob, because I'm a country director of an organization. No, the first interest should be is what I'm promoting, helping Uganda in the first place, before me as a person.
Okay, fair
One,
enough.
I think the thing here, Bob, is do we have a national objective as a country that we can stand up and say that this is the direction that this country is taking? I know we have the Vision 2040, but is the Vision 2040 being followed to the book? All I know it's one ambitious thing of moving this country to a middle income status, sijui. But I mean, let's talk about the state of living of Ugandans in this country. Are we moving towards the Vision 2040, or we are just trying to crack a whip and try to stifle Ugandans down?
And I believe that is the reason why civic societies are watchdogs. So we as civic societies, that is one of the things that we need to come in and ask government, before we do any other thing, let us first look at Uganda first.
Gabriel and Bob, I want to bring us to the contention here, right? Because Bob's position seems to be that civil society organizations must conform their agendas to what fits the national agenda. Your position seems to be that government's role is merely to create the space, and civil society should pursue what they want to pursue. Government should not intervene with them. Is that the principle that you want to defend?
That is it.
So,
Civil society organizations, if I may say, are the fourth estate. You understand? Just like the government has the three arms of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Civil society is the fourth estate. And they play a very critical role in checking and balancing the actions of government. But where you want to play, where you want to be the referee in the match, you're the midfielder, you are the goalkeeper, is there anything that will move? Nothing. Nothing will move. Why? Because you want to do everything, and that's the situation that our government finds itself into. Government is supposed to create that space and allow civil society to make its positive criticisms. Why were over 20 electoral organizations, organizations which whose objectives were electoral related, why were they closed down? Why did they shut down the fund? Because they thought most of these organizations were funding opposition, which was utterly bogus. It was not true. We know these organizations, we've worked in them. I've been in civil society since I was a student at Makerere. So you cannot wake up one morning and tell me that this organization, chapter 4, should be closed down because of ABCD. Because some few hundreds of thousands of dollars hit an account. Really?
Yeah, but I also think that even if they are funding opposition, that's not really a problem. I want to bring Bob. So, I mean, Gabriel's position is that the space must be allowed for criticism, right? And for open dialogue or for open activity, right? And that government should not be clamping down on this. So do you then agree that really this is the political problem? Because I think Gabriel's framing of it is that this is a political problem of a government that is clamping down on civil society space because, again, he calls it a dictatorship and a regime that is trying to cling to power.
One or another, I will agree with my brother, but I still bring it back to the civil societies. Do they have enough capacity development to table issues that really relate to the common man, that really relate to the accountability that the government is supposed to give to them? Or they take sides, or they're extremists? Because I believe one or another is that some of the civic societies that we have, some of them, I could say, lack good capacity development skills, or capacity, what I could say, technocrats that can help them be the best watchdogs, be the best analysts, be the best people that can help and question this government. So, and when we come into Uganda, the only thing that can be of good alarm, the only thing that will make news, the only thing that the common man will know that really you're fighting for, is for you to go political, is for you to say, they have eaten our money. Yes, they have eaten our money, but have we brought the solution? Have we put Do we have enough people that can really point out, can give people direction? My brother was talking about Vision 2040. Do we have civic societies that have enough people that can draw and question this government to that than necessarily just always being extremists on political? Because Uganda is not only going to grow because of politics. We have a lot of things to deal with. Right now, the European Parliament is tabling a motion why we're even having an oil plan coming from Tanzania to Uganda, and it's in the European Parliament. So you will find out that sometimes these people, they know the real agenda. They really know that once some of these people are empowered, they may never get to their terms. So I believe what we have to do as civic societies is to empower the communities, is to go back to the reasons why this civic society was formed. Once we go back to that, I believe we will have a generation that will give right answers and will ask the right questions.
Gabriel, do you think there are gap areas?
Moderator, before we go there, you see, my brother Bob, here's the thing. You've spoken about civil society organizations that are political in nature. But I'll give you an example.
Not in nature, they are extremists.
Well, let's talk about extremism, right? If we are saying extremism, okay, was an organization like Afiego extremist? Afiego is an organization that deals in the oil and gas region of Bulisa. I work in the extractive sector, and I'll tell you there's a lot of filth that is hidden in there. You know that the ECOP Act that was passed by Parliament was an afterthought of this government after having enacted or started the pipeline without any backing document. So they go back to cover their tracks. But when you look at operations in the oil and gas sector, for example, people and communities are being kept in the dark. Uganda joined the EITI recently. But how many times have we seen government coming out to expose the contracts that they signed with these so-called investors? We are working behind the darkness because they want to keep us under the darkness. And that's why most of these laws are enacted to keep us under darkness.
Okay, so Gabriel, I want you to take the discussion to what Bob thinks is a capacity gap. From your experience working in the civic space, do you feel that there is a gap area as far as the ability of civil society organizations to hold government accountable is going? Or is this merely a deliberate effort by government to prevent you from being able to hold them accountable?
I think civil society has more than enough capacity. People like my brother Bob here are highly schooled, highly experienced, highly sought after people. People who have information and knowledge about what's going on in the country. Many organizations, many of these chaps who are out there are people who are well studied, PhDs and masters, project managers who have knowledge in running projects and all these things. We have good researchers in civil society. It's not about the capacity gap, because we have all manner of people out there. For me, the thing is, there is a deliberate move to shrink this civic space to avoid asking questions. And I tell you, Mr. Moderator, if government had the power to do today, shrinking the civic space or probably shrinking committees in Parliament, they would do away with COSASE because they're attacking Bamuturachi. And all of you are following the story. It's an interesting story of a woman who finished university in 1990, okay, whatever. But you're all following the dirty linen being put out there. So for me, I think most of these government entities will say, well, follow the law, follow the compliance law, but most of these laws are being put to curtail the activities of civil society organizations. Article 50 of the Constitution, where there is a human rights violation, please run to court. And you run to court. And then when you file your case in court, that is the beginning of the end of the story. In 2018, while I was working in the litigation department, we filed a petition against Section 24, 25, 26 of the Computer Misuse Act. Chapter 4 filed, another organization filed. After filing, we went, the suits and petitions were consolidated. It's now close to what? 4 years. Nothing from the court. And then all of a sudden we woke up and there's an amendment on the Computer Misuse Act. And we're like, what's going on here? So even if you run to the courts, there is no remedy. The only thing is we need to, and don't quote me, we need to fight back in the right sense.
You see, this is what I was saying. That, well, they put a petition. Now, we have gaps in this country, and I like so much working with people on a very low level. And most times, some of these issues and ideas are supposed to be digested and well tabled to the common man. Because now, if we are still waiting for the court, have we achieved the reason why this civic society was put in place? So what am I saying? Is that let us empower the people on ground. Let us empower the common man. Before we go to court, because now we know what court will do. Court might give you 3, 4, but you'll have to wait. But what will happen? Will this issue still be paramount or not? That's the reason why I'm saying, well, the leaders of these civic societies are highly schooled, they are professors, but when they are to table things, they say they're working for the common man. But do the common man understand what is being tabled? Or it is some ambiguity of words, it's some vocabulary of words, and people are like, yes, we have put our petition in court. But does the common man understand? Is his voice being heard? Oh, his voice has reached to a point of court, and court has said, wait. And then my brother is saying now an amendment comes in and his voice is totally silenced. So what am I saying? Let us empower. From my starting of saying, I said, we are not called to position of power. We are called for a position to empower from the grassroots. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Clearly an inspiring submission. So I want to wind this conversation down in really asking where the solution is, right? Because we seem to agree that first, there is a shrinkage. Second, that there is a multidimensional problem from how the politics interacts with civil society to how the judiciary that is supposed to be the arbiter for justice operates. So where do you think, from your experience, is the solution for civil society? I'm going to get Gabriel, then I'll get Bob, then we can wind this down. So where do you, going forward, what do you think, what do you see civil society doing, and how do you see us countering what you have identified as the existing challenges?
I do not want to prophesy doom. But in the words of one man in this country, buli omu agumye munne. Because where we are going and where we are heading, I tell you this, the future is getting bleaker and bleaker for civil society in this country. because there are lots of things. Number one of the biggest funding pools that this region had was DGF, with hundreds and millions of dollars. And this was closed down because of this group of people who were said to be inciting, okay, the masses supporting opposition. Where this country is going, if civic space is not opened, many young people may never have the opportunity that Bob and I had in our earlier years of engaging civic space. And many communities will be left in the dark. So, the only solution that we have is, one, let there be a strict respect or observance of the rule of law in this country. And the rule of law starts with the laws itself. What is the rationale or what's the public policy behind enacting certain laws? And those laws which are being enacted to curtail activities of civil society organizations should be expunged. Recently caught in the case of Uganda Network versus the NGO Forum, held that the suspension and freezing of accounts of these organizations was high-handed, had no basis, and they were illegal. Such rulings need to be made by court. The judiciary needs to expedite the hearing of some of these cases that are filed before, mostly the ones which curtail the freedom of association. Because if it is not done, then the civic space in this country will be dead. We shall have no voice, and the speaker will have power to remove Nyege Nyege etc. So, if we don't start, they say charity begins at home. So if we do not start by cleaning up, I do not think we shall achieve that.
Okay, Bob.
I think one of the things I have to tell people is that never lose hope, because it's important for us not to lose hope. I will challenge all of us that pass on the knowledge that you know to someone else. Empower someone with what you know. Well, we're saying it's a right, but is what you call right really right? So it's important for us as the next generation, as the now generation, to build on the foundations that we have to see a better Uganda. Let us build on what is right. Let us build on something that will bring life, that will bring this country to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of this session. Bob, Gabriel, pleasure having you on the panel.
Thank you.
Okay. So I will hand over to the organizers to proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was it for our panelists. Another round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. So the next item on our agenda is we are going to have the final reading of the results for the teams that have qualified to the finals. But shortly before we do that, if there is any team whose member is present and the member that actually they debated with or that debated was not originally on the list, kindly come with me so that we can have your details clarified out for the certificate identification. But that being said and done, we shall have a member from the CAP to come and read us the final results so that we get in for our finals. Thank you.
Hi guys. So there are some debaters who participated today, but for some reason might not have informed us before. Please, if you're such guys, we are writing your certificates. Just come to LLB2, which is room 4, I believe, and tell me about the differences such that those reflect on the certificates. But if you have already told me about it, then that's cool, but I'm talking about individuals who didn't tell me that.
Many thanks, Mr. Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we know it has been an interesting day for many of us, painstaking for some, but we are close to the climax. We completed our semi-final round a few minutes ago. Okay, a bit more than a few. And the results, I am proud to say, are in. The results from the semi-finals, kindly call in your colleagues because we are announcing the break, are the teams that were in room 1 and room 2 for the semi-finals all here? Great. So, for semi-final 1 that was in room 1, the teams that are breaking to the finals in no particular order are the team that debated in the opening opposition, Team Egonda Ntende. Kindly give them a round of applause. The team that is breaking next from room 1, having debated in just for clarity, the team, every team that I announced that has broken should kindly send a representative close by, because we'll need them to pick lots for the speaking positions in the finals. Yeah? Great. So the other team that has made it to the final round of the this year's Rule of Law Debate Championship from room 1 is the team that debated in closing government, Team Jane Frances Abodo. Kindly congratulate Team Jane Frances Abodo and Team Egonda Ntende from Makerere University and UCU respectively. The other 2 teams that broke from semi-final number 2 that happened in room 2 upstairs, in no particular order, are the teams, the following. The team that debated in opening government, Gulu University, the team named Benedicto Chiwanuka. Congratulations to Team Benedicto Chiwanuka. Kindly give them a round of applause. The second team that is going to be in our finals from semi-final number 2 is the team that debated in ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the team that debated in opening opposition, Team Irene Mulyagonja from UCU. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have had your team's name read, Team Benedicto Chiwanuka, Irene Mulyagonja, Egonda Ntende, Jane Frances Abodo, kindly send over a representative immediately to pick the lots before we announce the finals motion and allow you to prep as we go into the poetry session. I would like a representative from, ladies and gentlemen, let's make it very quick. Kindly come pick lots. Prep time hasn't yet begun. If you have any deliberations, kindly work on them right now, but please come pick these lots as soon as possible. Do we have representatives from every team? Okay, great. So for the finals, this will be the speaking order. In the opening government, we shall have Team Egonda Ntende. In the opening opposition, we shall have Team Benedicto Chiwanuka. In the closing government, we shall have Team Jane Frances Abodo. And in the closing opposition, we shall have Team Irene Mulyagonja. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this tournament, the finals motion, I want us to listen close, pay attention, because I will not be repeating myself. The finals motion, the finals has an info slide. Ladies and gentlemen, some silence. Yes. The finals info slide reads as follows. It's a very short info slide. It reads, Section 44G of Uganda's NGO Act 2016 states that NGOs shall be non-partisan and shall not engage in fundraising or campaigning to support or oppose any political party or candidate for an appointive office or elective political office, nor may it propose or register a candidate for elective political office. I will repeat the info slide one last time. Section 44G of Uganda's NGO Act states that NGOs shall be non-partisan and shall not engage in fundraising or campaigning to support or oppose any political party or candidate for an appointive office or elective political office, nor may it propose or register a candidate for political office. Now, for the finals motion, ladies and gentlemen, the finals motion reads, this House would repeal Section 44G of Uganda's NGO Act. The motion has been sent in the group, but for clarity, if you have any visual impairments, the motion reads, this House would repeal Section 44G of Uganda's NGO Act. You have 15 minutes to prepare, after which you are expected back in this particular room where we will have the finals debate. Many thanks.
Going to be having prep time. So there were 3 rounds and 3 indicators. Everyone tallied for 3 rounds, and then we got the average from each judge, and then divided that by 3, and that's how we came with the final marks for those who would have broken. We are breaking 6 to the finals, and I'll be reading to you the marks of the 6. And when I read your mark, please come forward, because we are going to pick fresh numbers for the numbers that we are going to use. So those who would have broken are also going to fresh count. We are not going to consider the marks from the previous rounds. You will just come and take a number from here, and that's going to be the order of the performance. So breaking number 6, yeah, from the 6th position. With an average of 61.5, we have Paul. Where is Paul? Where is Paul? Guys, where is Paul? Breaking in position 5 with 65.8, we have Hilary Frida. Please come forward and take your number. Breaking in position 4 with 71.3, we have Jerome. Breaking in position 3 with 74.5, we have Sauda. Breaking in position 2 with 75.8, we have Shamil Atabua. Breaking in position 1 with 76.3, we have Clever Kalunji. Meanwhile, where is Kato? Because we'd like to start. We just want you guys to pick your numbers. The judges are already taking their seat. Who has any contact of Kato? Is Paul going to be around? Okay. So then the seventh person will break to the finals. And that is with 60.8, none other than Gracious Faith, a watch. Where is Gracious Faith? Please come and take your number. Who is participant number 1? Who took number 1? Who took number 2? Who picked number 2? Okay, number 3? Number 4? 5? Okay. And 6? Okay. So Kenneth is going to take us through the prompt again and give us the rules. This is a clean slate, so whatever you're doing, you're starting from 0.
Hey guys, congratulations to those that have made it to the finals. I earlier on mentioned the task, but I'm going to repeat it so that the audience knows what you're going to be witnessing. So that is the last task. The fourth task was about writing a poem, but from the eyes, from the footsteps, from the shoes of somebody who has been affected by the closure of the fund, but somebody who is an indirect beneficiary, not somebody directly connected to the fund. So what our poets will be doing today is showing us how this fund has affected people that are beyond the people you usually expect to be affected by this fund. The panelists that were here mentioned that through this fund, the Uganda Law Society was able to provide legal aid to over 5 million Ugandans. So what they're going to be doing is telling a story that should have been told by one of these 5 million people. I hope that is clear enough. So you guys have had enough time to prepare. Let's get into it.
Just for purposes of general announcement, Michelle is going to be passing a register, and everyone here is required to register with your proper names. It doesn't matter whether you registered as a participant prior to this. Everyone else is supposed to do it again, just so we can harmonize all the lists. Thank you. You'll be having 5 minutes each, and we need to hurry because the debaters are coming in for their finals. Let's have participant number 1.
So what is going to happen is, after your first minute, yes, I will raise one finger, yes? Then when you're also remaining with 1 minute, I'll raise another finger, but you probably won't reach there. You people have been doing poems for 3 minutes, so 5 might be a stretch. But that's how it's going to be. So please endeavor to look at us so that you keep in touch with your time count. Kale, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Hello everyone, I'm Shamil. Thanks you for supporting me, the supporters, Bawagizi. Thanks, I hope I win this. So this poem is about Peter, the dead rapist. He's dead. And he's in his grave, he's lamenting about what happened. I hope you enjoy this. Oh my DGF, welcome back. I missed you. Before your sabbatical, I would rap knowing that there was a state brief lawyer who was around the corner. Sometimes I would rap without a condom because I knew that you'd find a way to get me off scot-free. With your funds, we used to have chicken every Saturday and Sunday in Luzira prison. Oh, what a sight. Meat, rice, everything was okay. While you were away, no one came. The state brief lawyer went AWOL. He couldn't feed himself. That's what happens when you feed off prisoners. I got convicted because I didn't have the lawyer. No one could pay for it. The prison clinic had no ARVs. I was sodomized and I got HIV. Guess what, guys? I died. Without you, DGF, I got stuck. They had nowhere to bury me. So guess what they did? Limbo time. This is me in my coffin. They couldn't even buy for me a proper coffin, so they had to put me around in bed sheets. Now, at least DGF is back. I'll probably get a better coffin, preferably a wooden one. Thank you very much, DGF. I'm waiting for my coffin.
Okay, before we're going to do this, we shall be giving feedback on every poem as soon as it's done. Eh? So like take your seat and then allow me comment on this one. Shamil, thanks for that very interesting poem. I should say I'm impressed by the energy you came with, the dimension you took. That's something that was very unexpected. And yes, usually you'd expect something from somebody that has been arrested and they are innocent, but then they can't go through the justice system because of funds. But now we're having a guilty party trying to also, trying to claim something. And you're right in the sense that the right to a fair hearing is not limited to somebody simply because they are innocent. Like everyone should enjoy that right. So that was really nice. Let's have the next person.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nancha Sauda, and my poem will be The African Child. Sons and daughters of the soil, pulled and pushed by dictatorship. Women and children left to wail. Men and youth take the whip, so stiff. In pain and grief, with no one to come to their rescue. With religion and brotherhood given a break. Humanity and neighborhood on the verge of breaking. Leaders turning into megalomaniacs. Oozing around the city in posh cars, living in grandiose apartments, in favor of a stranger you can't shake. Brotherhood at this point is already disconcerting. All for no tangible reasons, but empty promises. And I, the African child, with nothing. I mean, left with nothing. I never turned a Bagoes. So I think I don't qualify to face the altar. Tolerance was preached, but no one gave an ear. None of us could hear. Our sons and daughters perished. At least you could shed a tear, but it was just a crocodile tear. Should it repeat? I have no hope. I think I'll just have to retreat. Africanism was our motto, so you said. But look at me now. Hopeless, stranded, lost, and heartbroken. You said you were going to rewrite our biography of unity, diversity, and you said you would win us a trophy. But wow, what can I say? The son of the African land, I'm left with nothing. And so I believe that all hope is gone. I only have to live a fake identity because no one, absolutely no one, is going to define my identity.
Thank you so much, Sauda. Just the feedback I have as the next person is coming. Thank you so much for that piece. You took a broad perspective to the theme, and I understand the African child meant the various people that are suffering, the various indirect beneficiaries of the DGF funds. So thank you very much and good luck. Let's have participant number 3.
My name is Nyagaisiki Hilary, and my poem is entitled, Who Will Fight for Us? Sarah, oh my daughter Sarah, where are you? I need to speak to you about this. I grieve, Sarah, for it is me, your mother, your old mother, without a chair in my house. It is me, your old mother, who has worn this coat from the time of your birth, as tattered as it is. Only the other day, we saw Honorable Namuganza pay us a visit. Oh, what a pleasant day it was. With her shiny white gomesi, she stood and held the room in her hands. How rich and sumptuous she appeared to be. What was she here for? To grab our land. So the other day, I'm called to court and I'm told I'm given a pro bono lawyer to help me argue my case for land that was rightfully mine, land that I have a land title for. Sarah, how can I fight? Now my lawyer is not for me anymore. For I hear the DGF closed, and it is who was paying him. I have nowhere to raise my voice, Sarah. Sarah, my daughter, I know you're only in your primary 5, but is there anything you can do? Is there anything your education will bring for your old, tortured mother at this point? Is there any way for you, my child, to fight for our future in this household? What way is there, Sarah? What way? Please show me. Show me, Sarah, the fruits of your education, the fruits that I am your old mother has been paying for. This 10,000 note that I save for the whole month, Sarah, to feed us day in, day out, only for you to get an education. Where will your education take us now, Sarah? For we are going to be homeless. Where is the future for us, Sarah?
So, Hillary, that was really impressive use of the stage. I commend you for that. You have really good use of the stage. That you used your entire stage. You didn't stay in one place. And also, you have good body language. You communicate well with your body. There is a point where you sat down there. There is a point where you were appealing to us. It's very nice, and also it's good that you're innovative with your poetry, that when you were talking about money, you actually pulled out the note. Should have left it here for us to continue seeing it. Should have left it here for the judges to be sure it's authentic. But that's really good. I would like to comment though that I think you'd benefit more from putting more time in organization of content, so that you're not unnecessarily repetitive to get your point if you want to say something, so that you can get to think about other words you can use to deliver the message you want to deliver, right? Thank you very much, Hillary.
Ready when you are.
She would dance to Cinderella. Always was to admire. See, Mary only did this because she knew the love and care that came. She would dance to Cinderella, sway her waist for us to admire. Mary only did this because she knew love. She had a heart that knew care from the democratic governance facility. She had learned to crawl, stand, walk, and run because she had support. Support from the majority, from the donors that dreamt that Mary would one day fly and become the president of Uganda. She was the child of resilience and persistence. Resilience and persistent letters that were declined and later accepted by those donors. DGF showed her that there was a future. To many and to Mary. Now, as she danced to the beat and the dreams she would leave to the office, she would sit in with the women at DGF and aid other girls to become dreamers, game shakers, change makers, from fees that boosted her own feet to dance and become the HP in her school. DGF was closed. Yeah. DGF was closed down by the same country she'd want to lead.
It was closed, and Mary, the dreamer's dreams were crushed in a snap. Her education stopped in senior 5, and the head girl then became the big sister of 6, and then had to carry 6 other dreams and her mom's dream. She would have to carry a basket of bananas on her head for 300 shillings, selling them for 300 days. Well, she had attained some education, some aid, and so she knew how to dance. Mary was the best and cheapest teacher for her brothers and sisters to learn some chemistry and literature. The best chance for her mother to get retirement. Now the dreams of 6, her loved ones, were crushed with poverty. 6 months later, driving their home from Kampala back to Banda, the fall of DGF came down with the displacement of their home. The fall of DGF came with a misplacement of dreams of a dancer. Save the unborn child. The dream of 6 siblings and a mom, an architect, a lawyer, an accountant, 2 leaders, politicians of tomorrow's time. The fall of DGF crushed these dreams. The dream of a girl that used to dance to Cinderella with the sight of giving a hand to another, Mary's future was crushed.
Okay, thank you, Clever, for that lovely poem. I don't want to bias the poets that are going to come afterwards, but I was hoping for a poem where somebody doesn't mention the word DGF. Like, you just say what you have to say, and then I will totally understand, because there are very many of these vulnerable people who don't even know what DGF is. They don't know that it's helping them one way or the other. They just see free lawyers, they just see free funds. So they are not in position to know this NGO that is funding these facilities. Also, I think it's very important that as you're doing a poem, do some fact checking to ensure that your claims are actually true, like a reality check, because you don't want to have like a good message but then bring it out in a way that is deceptive. Other than that, it was a lovely piece. Let's have the next poet.
My poem, the title is going to be The Refugee's Song. A foreigner I have become, distorted from my own land to be part of a Ugandan community, yet I have been lost. A situation that is so detrimental I cannot live in my own life. A sponsor, he comes, trying to build my life, making me a doctor, probably even an engineer in this country. But I still get the news in the morning, Buno, tomorrow you're not going to school. You see, the high school people of Uganda, we want to build them up the more, but you're a foreigner, so we can't bring you to this thing because we lack the funds. Because someone said that our sponsor, Yara Side Up, became a spy for our country. However, I stand in the refugee camp, now thinking of a way to build my life. However, what is left around me is only going to be pregnancy, early marriage. Maybe I should go and get that girl and sell her off to the other man to get more money, go back to school. Would that be the best for me? Because someone said, they are spies. I am a refugee looking out for a future. I am looking for something better to do for my life. Yet I stand under a wall, barricaded that I cannot move anymore. My sponsor is down looking for ways to build his own self, as is there laying off his fellow workers. And here I come saying I need requirements, but he cannot provide. So I have to look down to my mother, who will come and say to me, my son, I do not have the money, but however we can get our sister and make her get pregnant for that rich man who has the money to provide for you. I am still a child. I do not know what the world holds for me. I am still trying to raise myself like a newborn baby that was left by a young mother in an orphanage, maybe probably to be adopted, and the fun to get to raise them, yet that child cannot do so, and that child is me. This is my song, a song of a refugee seeking a plea to the government up there that needs to be understood that I need protection and guidance to build myself, yet they do not see that because they think protection of the people is what is beneficial. Yet they could do development by me going to school and building your own future, but security is all that takes. This is my refugee song.
Thank you so much, Jerome. I like your perspective because the biggest indirect beneficiaries of DJF who suffered were the refugees. And I like the fact that you raise these ideas that refugees actually have rights and, you know, they actually also deserve to benefit from these things, and you show clearly how they get affected when these civic spaces are shut down, when these organizations that come up are shut down. And I do not know how fast it took you, or if you had prepared like that, but you took his advice and, you know, it was all from, oh, you are freestyling. Thank you, thank you. Let's have the next participant.
Please don't do it again. Please, please, please. I am sorry. Please don't do it again. Please. I won't do it again. I'm just a 13-year-old child. I am just a young girl with a spoiled future because someone could not contain his manhood within himself and pushed something that is beyond my carrying capacity. I am just a 13-year-old child with nowhere else to turn to, and then no one else to speak for me. And then he said, I'll take your mother too and make her my slave. And now I am in the house alone with the monsters and the echoes of all the past of that one night haunting me down. I speak for myself. I speak for that child that I think is growing in me, because no one else can speak for me. Day by day, I wake up with nausea. At 13 years old, I cannot play like my other kids do, because now I am an outcast among my friends. Because now I cannot understand every other thing, because someone said you have to stand for yourself. So at this point in time, do I have anywhere else to turn to? And the answer is no, because my future was spoiled that fateful night. And I was told, you have no right because you are a minor. You have no right, you are a girl, and anyone can use you for his pleasure. But now my cry is just this one thing. Amidst the pain that I have, and amidst the fact that you have taken away the only person, the only place where I would find solace and find justice, is there someone who can hear my cry? Can someone hear my cry and come to my rescue? Or every man for himself at this point? I also want to be like the others who have a voice, who have someone they can stand to. But unfortunately, I am just a poor woman's child who has been raped at 13 years old with no one to fight for my rights. So maybe one day someone will hear my cry. But for now, I'll strive and hustle. Thank you.
So, gracious, I brought a hanky today and I was not going to use it the whole day, but you've given me reason to use my hanky. I think it was a very powerful performance. I like the fact that you can channel your energy and your being into a performance and make us feel the exact sort of emotion you're trying to make us feel. It's a very, very powerful talent, and I can assure you that not everybody has it. So you should be really glad and learn and go and learn how to use it better as you grow in poetry. Also, it is very, very nice that you set the mood for us. We were from a refugees song, we were from the rapper, then you came and brought us down to this mood. By your beginning, you sat down and you gave us that whole vibe of we are going into the sort of thing that is going to make us cry. You get? Yes. Thank you that you have performed here today, and I wish you all of the best. Yes.
All right. That is going to be it for the poetry section. We are not going to announce the results now. The results are going to be announced with the awards. So please keep around. I think right now we are moving in for the debate finals. Thank you so much for the lovely pieces once again. Kennedy, do you have an MJ number? I don't have an MJ. Yes, we are leaving. Let me just sign here. Alice, Airtel or MTN? Which number? LLB2. Hi. Thank you, but please stick around. We have certificates ready. They're going to announce it at the end of this. Yeah, they'll announce. Let me go and do it. He's sitting there. Let me go and ask him.
If we could have a little bit of silence. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the climax of today's event, which is the finals of this year's Rule of Law Debate Championship. The teams that were in the finals should be getting ready to take their seats. And If you are one of the finals teams, kindly get back into the room. Finals teams. Finals teams, please get into the room. You've had more than ample prep time. Wherever you are, kindly get into the room. Thank you. Finals teams, kindly take your seats. I just want to confirm if all the finals teams are here. Yes. And we need seats. For the finals, as announced earlier in the debating in the opening government. So yes, for the finals, yes. Yeah, we have left him. We replaced him with Garang. You win. Ladies and gentlemen, for the finals, I need a seat. For the finals of the Rule of Law Debate Championship 2022, For the finals of the Rule of Law Debate Championship 2022, debating in the opening government is a team from the Uganda Christian University Mukono, Team Egonda Ntende. You can wave to your people. Debating in the opening opposition is a team from Gulu University, Team Benedicto Chiwanuka. You can wave to your people. Debating in the closing government is a team from the host Makerere University, Team Jen Francis Abodo. And debating in closing opposition is yet another team from the Uganda Christian University, Team Irene Muliagonja. We wish the teams all the best and may the best team win. The finals shall be adjudicated by a panel of 5 judges. And the panel of 5 judges shall be constituted by myself as the chief adjudicator. My name is Joel Roy Muchunguzi. I will be supported by a team of 4, including starting from my extreme left, Tabitha Namwone. Ladies and gentlemen, Brenda Tabitha Namwone. Also on the panel, we shall have the Deputy Chief Adjudicator, Mr. Fortunate Okello. Mr. Fortunate Okello, the Deputy Chief Adjudicator. We are also joined on the panel by Mr. Lester Garang. Lester Garang will be on the panel with me. And finally on the panel we will have Miss Ebise Emiru. Without any further ado, I believe we will be ready for the final in the next few.
We are using standard time, 7 minutes. But don't feel ashamed to leave after 5 minutes if you have nothing to say.
Yeah, that's a little bit of fun to lighten the moment. However, ladies and gentlemen, the time of reckoning is now. And debating the finals motion with the info slide to the effect that section 44 Section 44G of Uganda's NGO Act 2016 states that NGOs shall be non-partisan and shall not engage in fundraising or campaigning to support or oppose any political party or candidate for an appointive office or elective political office, nor may it propose or register a candidate for political office. And the motion that this House would repeal Section 44G of Uganda's NGO Act. Let us kindly welcome today's Prime Minister. Hear, hear.
Resolved, this House would repeal Section 44G of the NGO Act. I'll begin with what civil societies are and what the status quo is and why we should repeal Section 44G of the NGO Act and why it is important for the civil society organization to actually participate actively in the politics. Now, to begin with, civil society is defined as the area outside the family, market, and states, all forms of social action carried out by individuals or groups whereby they are connected to or managed by the state. Now, the different examples that we have of these civil society organizations, we have non-governmental organizations, we have labor unions and labor organizations, we have social entrepreneurs, we have the grassroots associations, and any other. Now, to drive more into my speech, I'll go ahead to show you the objectives of this civil society organization. We look at promoting citizen-centric collaborative governance, we look at inclusivity, we look at democracy, we look at localizing the SDGs, and also maintaining progress. Now, dear judges, I'll go ahead and show you why we actually need these civil societies why we actually need to repeal Section 44G. Now, these civil societies, one thing that we should take note of, that they are very well researched and informed. What does this means? That they will actually front the best leaders because they have actively engaged with them. And this we have seen because they have already excelled in the different departments that they are participating in. Second of all, we have to realize that these civil society organizations have demonstrated a goodwill and interest of the society. That is one thing that we cannot rule out. If it is for the good of the people, then it must actually continue and exist. Another thing that we have to take note of is that these civil society organizations are well resourced and are facilitated when it comes to resources. And the last thing that I will want to take the dear panel to take note of is that these civil societies, due to their intensive research, can actually lead to the fronting of teaching multi-party politics, democracy, and good governance. Now, dear judges, what do we have in the status quo at hand? Right now, we have that these civil society organizations do not actually participate in the politics of the nation. Now, what is it bringing it? What is the effect of that? We are having backlash from society. How are we seeing this backlash from society? We are seeing that these people are not actively engaging in social and in society politics, and which limits their freedom of association and participation. We are also looking at this civil society organization only taking part in interests of foreign, taking part in things of foreign interests, whereby we see that they are not actively taking part in local interests, for example, the politics that we are talking about right now. Then also these civil society organizations have, if they can actually go ahead and be given a platform to participate in politics, they are well informed, meaning that they will help us in efficacy to promote better services in our governance. Now, our dear judges, I'll go ahead to show you why we should actually repeal Section 44G. This is the main problem that we have at hand, is that these civil society organizations are not being allowed to actively participate. What is the main problem that we are seeing? That we are seeing the limitation of their freedom of participation and association, which is very key. So why should we actually repeal? Now, this brings me to that we want to allow them to have their freedom of association and promote a democratic society. Then we also show you that when we repeal this and they actually go ahead to take part of the politics, they're going to still have the impartial decision when it comes to politic matters. Now, we already see that civil society organizations
Engage.
are supposed to remain impartial in their decision. But we see even if we gave them a platform to take part, they would still promote something that is good for the will of the people.
Engage.
Now, we also, in a minute, we also continue and tell you that these civil society organizations are accountable to higher authorities. What does this bring about? It shows that there are checks and balances, meaning that whatever these civil society organizations are going to do must be in line of principles of democracy, principles of governance, good for the will of the people. That is another thing that they actually need to take note of. Now, the team opposition may come in and say, if the civil society organization actually front in different leaders, they're going to finance these people and maybe influence the decision of the leader that comes up.
Engage.
But we come and actually inform them that we already have the resources that can run these campaigns, meaning that no government official or no one will be able to persuade or influence the decision of this civil society organization. We also show them that because of their intensive research and well education, they're going to front people that are capable, people that are going to develop the society, people that are going to give us credibility of what we actually need in this system. Now, we also look at what happens if the candidate they have fronted loses. What will be the effect, or what shall we gain, we as the civil society organization that are looking at repealing? We see that the main goal that we are fighting for, the freedom of association and participation, will already be achieved. So to us, it will still remain an achievement even when our candidates do not win. Then also we look at the legal system that is in place. We see that these civil society organizations already, if someone has actually contested and they have lost, we have legal systems in place. They can go there and actually advocate for their rights, are supposed to win, and this due to maybe giving their. Then to conclude, we shall have full realization of. I have 1 minute? Okay, sorry. We shall have full realization of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Before the Leader of Opposition comes in, to the audience, kindly try to allow the debaters to have your ears for a minute, because it is distracting when you interrupt them. So, without any further delays, let's hear from the the Leader of Opposition to open the opposition case. Here.
Panel, ladies and gentlemen, whatever that we hear from opening government through the little speech that we get from the Prime Minister only doesn't give us an answer of why they think that repealing will be good, and they don't clearly tell us how, if the repealing is very good, how prolific there shall be the respect of the accountability that's supposed to be there, and then how they think in the active participation of these different NGOs, how it will propel them to have their objectives achieved. Firstly, what do we hear from the opening government? That is from the speech of the Prime Minister. She tells us that one thing that we shall realize is there's going to be promotion of collaborations, which we think that collaborations between NGOs and the government and other parastatals is just after
when they work together. Firstly, we see that there has been collaborations at present. There are collaborations in a way that, one, is holding of the government accountable. Firstly, that is through the provided social accountability mechanism. The second one is there are always recommendations that these different NGOs, including civil societies, that in the hand they recommend what is good for the governance. And even if government is making the laws, they are always provided a hand of what recommendations they have. Even when there's budget, they are invited. And then therefore we tell you that in clear understand there is a collaboration that has already happened, and then therefore the collaboration that we think will happen after there is active involvement of these different civil societies, we don't see it. They go on and they say that they front the best leaders. We think that active participation and active democracy doesn't come in the idea that you should actively involve into preparing a leader. But we think that CSOs, civil society organizations, can actively help in the preparing of a good leader in a way that one in the time that is before the active participation, that is the voting, there is what is in the objectives, that is civic awareness. The creation of civic awareness by these different organizations, it can already end up bringing a good leader, and then therefore their active participation doesn't tell us clearly that there will be clearly that. But by having a civic aware country, we therefore think that the decisions that we have shall be able to bring good leaders. And then also they go and they say that it demonstrates good will. We answer in one way that the will of the different civil societies come on two accountability grounds. One is the will that align with their donors, and then the will that align with how the different limitations or the laws provide for them to have the active participation. Firstly, we think that when we allow them to actively involve into politics, it is firstly going to tell us that these people are going to account for and demonstrate the goodwill of their foreign donors. Because we think that the rumor that these people always account for their foreign donors is going to be a manifestation, because a foreign donor will now be able to donate money for them to have their push of their interest. And then therefore we think that already doesn't count, and that case falls on their faces. Now what do we hear again? They talk about that it will lead to teaching of civil awareness. Even if we think that there is going to be leading of teaching, we think that the different workshops and the different activities that are held by these different CSOs already curtail the idea of equipping citizens with the civic awareness. The second one is equipping citizens with the way participation in politics can work out at the base of it. And then therefore we think that already by that we see that there's already what is happening. And then therefore the idea that it is going to propel the teaching of civic awareness, we don't see it easily. Because we see that when they come on and say that there's going to be multi-party politics, that is going to be, and then the citizens are going to be well informed, we do think that even if these people are given a chance to involve into politics, we have seen that there are different CSOs, for example, that have come as sponsoring activism, which are violent in nature, and that is the multi-party politics that they think, the opening government think that is supposed to be. We see that, for example, NGOs like Action Aid had already a youth wing that was called Actavista. Actavista got into a maturity into what we call alternative government. Or the alternative, what do? They have been using violent means, for example, dumping pigs in front of parliaments. We think that they will do better by that. But then what do we have? If they are given all that and given a leeway, we think that the violence that they are going to push out is going to be more than what they even had at the moment when they're not allowed to do into politics. Now what do we have as opening opposition in tonight's debate? In tonight's debate we tell you that in order for us to understand the idea of involvement into politics and participation of it as a whole, we should first understand the nature of these civil society organizations. Firstly, what are the nature of these civil organizations that accrue to their objectives. First objective is on the civic awareness. The second objective is that most of them have is they are pro-citizens, which is their nature. And then therefore, another nature that we get is that they stand as a bridge between the government and the citizens. And then therefore, we see that the last one is that they are supposed to be neutral in nature. Their neutrality is hampered in a way that when they align themselves with a specific organization, we see that the government is going to increase on their red carding of the CSOs. That red carding is because they see that they are promoting, for example, if they think that they see that they're promoting foreign interests, the red carding will increase because government will think that CSOs have become an opposition to them and they don't provide. And again, also, how do their activities go? The activities are going to be biased in nature because we think that the activities of CSOs are supposed to be neutral in nature because of the reason that when they now align themselves with a specific political party and then maybe they align themselves with the government, it is going to have a societal backlash, which we think that there is not going to be a buy-in of how CSOs are, because we think that the citizens are going to look at these people as pro-government, and then also the citizens are going to look at them as pro-opposition, and then that will always increase the red card and the lack of buy-in. I rest my case.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. Let's welcome the Deputy Prime Minister. Here.
Okay, so Chair, to the extent that I am able to demonstrate to you that whatever actions are going to come out of the repeal are necessarily important for the society and the civil organization at large, then it means opening opposition is out of the debate. To begin with, opening opposition tells you that, you see, these people are already included within the system, because then they're able to tell people, you know what, this is how good governance should operate. We are saying that even then, that kind of inclusion is one that is insufficient in nature. Why? Because to the extent that they are able to demonstrate all this knowledge, we think that they should be given a further right to actively participate in what happens in politics, especially because principally they have been at the forefront of preaching good governance, principally because they have been at the forefront of preaching multi-party democracy. So the best justice you can do is allow them an opportunity to actively participate in these societal organizations, right? Now, we need to understand, Chair, that within status quo, these civil society organizations have been eliminated to the extent that they are not allowed to actually publicly support a political party or publicly front someone in political manners. The effect that has had on its reputation is essentially that people within society tend to look at these civil organizations as if they are just there to front agendas of the external governments, which we think it is entirely bad for their credibility. We tell you that their freedom of association in this politics gives them a societal buy-in to the extent that society is able to recognize that they're actually paying attention to societal politics. We think that satisfies society that they actually have their interests at heart. How do we know that these people are actually going to be unbiased and they're going to make the best decision? We tell you that these people already have the societal buy-in in terms of the good actions they have done for society, demonstrating therefore that they already have the best interests of society at heart. That is to say, it is false for you to come here and say, you see, they're going to put their interests at heart, or they front their interests first. We tell you that because of that demonstration within society, it means people believe in whatever they're going to say. But it is important for us to note that these civil society organizations, most of them at least, are well researched, well read, and we trust them to make the very right decision. Now, on how do we know they're going to be biased? We think that these civil society organizations are accountable to upper bodies. We think that their threat to lose their funding is much bigger than them making bad decisions. So whatsoever they do, we think therefore they are then more consistent to actually making the right choice, or making at least the choice that is right for the people. Even if they did the wrong choice, we think that even within status quo, there are mechanisms that we can help that can help us check them. That is, they're like articles of association and how they sign in. In the event that they don't put the best interests of society at heart, we still think we can hold them accountable. Principally, we have been able to demonstrate to you that A, they're going to be able to facilitate or like influence a better decision within politics, and that is essentially good. On principle, we also think, therefore, that at a point in time when these people feel fully associated and included within the system, the effect it has on the civil societies and on the society is something that is desirable. How? We tell you that to the extent that these civil societies feel extremely included and associated within the political outcomes, we think then it increases their efficacy within like their performance. Why? Because then they feel more included, they feel more desired within society. The impact that has on society is that then it even increases their productivity and their efficacy in terms of service delivery. Crucially important to this debate. Chair, so why would we think we should repeal that? We should repeal article or like section 44G of the NGO Act because it essentially takes away all the benefits that I just analyzed to you. It denies them the freedom of association, regardless of whether or not they have been participating in things like, like doing the sensitization and all that. I think that is insufficient in itself. Marvin, what do you want to say?
UK aid stands for United Kingdom aid. So if they are voted into parliament, they will actually have Uganda's interests and not United Kingdom's interests at heart. Thank you.
Coming to that, I told you, Chair, that because these people are accountable to higher bodies, it is highly unlikely that they're going to make the wrong decisions. But I told you that even if they made the wrong decisions, we are still able to hold them accountable to that regard. But let us analyze the importance of democracy. We still think that just because a certain civil society organization has sided with a certain political party does not guarantee that that particular political party is going to go through. Why? Because people are still able to make the right decision. What we are advocating for is that we necessarily have them with the right to actually demonstrate their right to associate with their political party and front whoever they want. In the event that people do not desire that person, we still think that person will not go through. So on how then we are able to actually influence change in society, we think that because of the resources and societal buy-in, there are higher chances of this person actually going through. The effect that has on society is that A, civil society organizations can easily get access to information that they would never have had if they don't have like a favorable political person within the chair in itself. We think that also that affects the fact that, you see, these people can easily associate and like actively influence what is happening. But even if they lose the person they are supporting, this is why you would still side with side OG. A, principally because you have granted them their freedom to associate, and it is principally okay that they are satisfied that they have been able to be given a platform to participate and do whatever they do. We think that is crucially important, or it would weigh over any other kind of participation that you would want to get from team opening opposition. So we think that therefore, for any team from the opposition bench should demonstrate why we should not repeal an article or a section that has demonstrated some certain sort of rivalry on how we get to achieve certain things within society. The utility that you get with repealing this kind of thing is more substantial to whatever other allergic things they're going to argue. They're going to tell you about impartiality, and I've already told you why they are more likely to actually be less biased than even what is within the status quo, because those that in status quo have selfish interests as opposed to civil societies that have already demonstrated the goodwill of the people at heart. And all that is crucially important. Being able to demonstrate that even if we lose in the event that we lose, which is highly unlikely because of the resources and the societal buy-in, even if we lose, we still think that it is fundamentally important for them to feel fully associated, fully accepted by allowing them the right any other democratic society would.
Thank you, DPM. Let's welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Here. We're ready when you are.
All right, man, I'll be beginning my debate in 3, 2, 1. One essential thing that you get from opening government in tonight's debate is the objectives of these NGOs and civil society organizations, which is basically on the collaborative governance. That one, I'll come to it later. But Pano, allow me go into the case of opening government in tonight's debate. They come and tell us that, look, by allowing or by repealing these sections of the NGO Act. That means we are allowing them freedom of association. Two things that they come and tell us in tonight's debate. One, they come and tell us that, look, these civil society organizations will get buy-in. But Pana, allow me paint for you the full picture of politics in Uganda. Politics in Uganda is actually one that is grossly toxic and divisive, ladies and gentlemen. So at a point in time where you have very many people in the population associating with very many different other political ideologies, and at a point in time where the civil society is aligned with one of the political ideologies, then that means that the people who do not buy into the other political ideologies will actually isolate the civil society organizations at the end of the day. So panel, we think that on a point of divisive politics, which will limit the societal buy-in of the civil society organizations, that means even if we allow them to enter into the political arena, because of the divisive nature, it will divide the following of the civil society organizations. Secondly, panel, would like to bring to your attention that these civil society organizations actually greatly rely on the cohesive nature of the citizenry at the end of the day. So panel, we think that at a point in time where if Action Aid is actually advocating for land rights, then that means it has to garner all the support of the citizenry in association for land rights. So panel, we think that at a point in time where Action Aid decides to join UPC, for example, the people who are actually DPO, NRM will not associate with Action Aid. So at the end of the day, because of the divisive politics, it will limit the societal buy-in. But secondly, they come and tell us that, look, even if the civil society organizations actually have these objectives that they run through, they still have to be actively participating in the politics. One thing that we bring to tonight's debate, we think that what is more important is that the objectives are achieved and not necessarily who achieves them. So panel, we think that at a point in time where civil societies actually play an influential role in actually achieving some of these objectives, for example, important democratic governance, then we don't think that they necessarily have to be in the political arena, simply because even if they are not, the objectives will still be achieved anyway. Second thing that they come and tell you, that look, we have to, that these people will actually engage in civic awareness on multi-party politics. Basically what we told you, we think that this can actually be achieved without necessarily involving the civil society organizations in the political arena, basically because the objectives are enhanced at the end of the day. Three key lines of arguments that they bring, that look, these civil society organizations or NGOs are well-resourced. They come and advance a point of, look, these civil societies will actually make the right decisions because they're actually on pressure of not losing funds. This is one thing that we tell you, that because they're on pressure of not losing funds, at the end of the day, they advance the objectives of their donors and not the objectives of the people that they're supposed to serve at the end of the day. So panel, we think that if they come and tell us that, look, they will make the right decisions, we think that the right decision that we'll make is according to their funders and not according to the people who are actually beneficiaries of their things, ladies and gentlemen. Lastly, they come and tell us that, look, these people have demonstrated goodwill. We think that this is a fallacy because, one, if we look at chapter 4's activity of challenging the anti-homosexuality bill, this actually shows that that some civil society organizations advance policies or activism that is contrary to public opinion. Panel, we clearly tell you that, look, anti-homosexuality was clearly opposite to the public opinion. So at a point in time where civil society actually fronts for something that is not according to public opinion, then we think that they do not demonstrate goodwill at the end of the day. So Pana, what do you get from side 00 in tonight's debate? I'll take you later. What do you get from side 00 in tonight's debate? One, we tell you that, look, these civil society organizations are supposed to act as a bridge between state and citizens. So Pana, we think that one essential quality of the civil society organizations or NGO is their neutrality, because we want that at the end of the day they should be able to be called on government policies to actually bring an input in government policies. So panel, we think that at a point in time where the government, for example, looks at civil society organizations or NGOs as an opposition because they align with the opposition, then we think that they do not necessarily get involved in the table to discuss policies with government. And we think that is very dangerous for the objectives of civil society organizations or NGOs at the end of the day. Panel, we come and tell you that, look, for us to have an essential collaborative governance, there needs to be neutrality of the civil society organizations or NGOs, because we clearly stated to you that NGOs are supposed to act as a bridge between state and government. So panel, we think that we are in a world where, for example, the NGOs are invited for budgeting processes. For example, let's say most of the NGOs, when local councils are having their budgeting process, they're actually invited to the table. One, this is because the state actors look at the NGOs right now as co-actors or as as partners. But Pano, look at a point in time where the civil society organizations actually align themselves to another political party. We think that this is dangerous because the government will not be as receptive to their policies, for example, inviting them to budgetary meetings. Two things that we tell in tonight's debate. We tell you that one, politics is actually divisive, and because politics is divisive, it will actually deter on the kind of buy-in that these civil society organizations or NGOs get at the end of the day. But Pano, two key lines of extension. One, we told you that look, the backlashes are basically on biasness, which actually these civil society organizations will engage in if they actually align to any form of political party. But then another thing that we tell you is that look, by giving them an opportunity to join politics, we are actually providing for them a leeway for violent disruptions. Pano, my leader of opposition comes and tells you that look, these NGOs have actually funded violent activities. For example, we showed you a youth wing of Action Aid, which is the activist movement that actually graduated into the alternative government. These are actually youth groups that actually engaged in violent forms of at the end of the day. So, Pano, we think that if we allow an equation of politics to actually come in, which basically, by the way, this country has shown that politics is actually the greatest motivator for violence. So, Pano, we think that at a point in time where we allow the NGOs to actually enter into politics, then we are opening a leeway for violent disruptions. One, because they have the funding to fund large-scale violent disruptions, ladies and gentlemen. But then secondly, Pano, we think that on the aspect of fronting for the interest of the donors, this is simple. If a foreign organization who is a funder of CSOs actually wants to advance a policy, if we allow them to into the political arena, there's simply one thing that they can do: front for a candidate who will win and actually front their objectives at the end of the day. So, Pano, we think that we should allow proliferation of foreign interest to the economy by allowing CSOs to enter the political arena. I beg to rest. Thank you.
Before the next speaker comes to the floor, I'd like to request the audience to afford the speakers on the floor the opportunity to communicate. I know most of you are debaters or poets, and good debaters are good listeners. Let's please listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emiru. That was the opening half of our debate. Let us welcome the first speaker from the closing government. Let us have the member of government here.
So I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. I am basically going to do 3 things in my speech. 1, I'll give you a characterization from the closing government. I'll give you our case, and then I'll give you a few rebuttals.
Is your mic on?
Like close. Okay. So, on characterization. 1, we know that NGOs in Uganda do not operate in a vacuum. They operate under policies in this state that check them, that monitor their activities, and actually hold them accountable for their activities at the end of the day. But also, we believe that NGOs have proven to serve the best interests of the people where the government has fallen short in status quo. We have also proven that where NGOs in existence proved to have ulterior motives, for example, promoting foreign objectives, such NGOs have been closed because we have systems that offer checks and balances. I hope I have tackled your issue of foreign domination and everything. Now, also, when we look at the issue of NGOs, currently in the status quo that has been given to us by the opposition, is that we have NGOs as third players, meaning that they should be between the people and the government. But according to the 3 arguments that we are going to present to you as it will be a justification for NGOs to move from the third party to actually be in the party itself and be a first party to actually look and provide for the rights of the people at the end of the day. The first argument that we have is the urgency of a need for better checks and balances in our government. We know that according to rule of law, what is supposed to be offering checks and balances is this separation of powers. But clearly our government has proven that separation of powers do not exist. We have the judiciary being influenced by executive. We have all these problems in our democracy, and it has proven to be a flawed democracy. However, we are bringing a new actor that has proven to have the interests of the people at heart, which is the NGO. And we are saying we should allow these people to support political people with agendas that fit within objectives that have been permitted and verified by these different people that actually give them the ability to work at the end of the day. But also we are telling you that the people solve are urgent and actually need them to be in power and not outside power. Proven to you that these CSOs, these NGOs have been hindered from doing things that would actually be good at the end of the day because they are not part of the policy makers in government. But if you can put them in government or in position of powers, then they are directly affecting policies that could hinder them from working at the end of the day. That's the agency we are talking about. The agency we are talking about is girls that cannot be helped to go to school because they lack pass, because someone thinks that this is a foreign domination or thinks it's a play or a game of powers, countries, state sovereignty, dear panel. Now, when we move to the second argument, which is a need for a robust opposition. We have an opposition in Uganda that has proven that the best it can do is go to streets, rat, tear gas, get kids killed, but have no work on ground. But NGOs have proven that they already have work on ground. They are helping people out, and that's a robust opposition. An opposition that we can hold accountable, who will not only come and say, I have a dream, but they actually will say they have started working on that dream. That's what NGOs do at the end of the day, and that's why we believe that they should actually be allowed to participate in these things at the end of the day. But also these NGOs have the expertise and they have the funds that it will take for them to run these things as an opposition in case they are put into power or in case they decide to support an opposition or front a member in an elective position at the end of the day. The third argument, which is most important, is that we have an article 38, that says that every Ugandan citizen has a right to participate in the affairs of government, either individually or through representations of government or different representatives of government. It also says every Uganda has a right to participate in peaceful activities, to influence policies in government through organizations or through representatives. The opposition today should come and give us a good reason, which is exclusive to these NGOs, that should limit them from having this right at the end of the day. We understand they may come and say, oh, government can come in and limit our right. What we want is an exclusive argument. When they come and give us their problems, now moving to the rebuttals, these are not exclusive problems, and I'm going to prove to you, dear panel.
Engage.
Sorry. When they talk of divisive politics and that politics will be divided, in a democracy, we already have opposition, and that's already a divisive politics. And when they say that this will make people lose trust in civil society organizations, let me tell you something. People's problems in Uganda today is not the sovereignty of our state. People's inability to eat in Karamoja because someone is swindling their funds in government. And if someone can go in parliament under anything, whether it's yellow or red or blue, and provide for them at the end of the day, that's the person they'll fraud. So when they come here with an argument of, oh, this will divide people, yes, what if it does? Will it be for the better or for the worse? And we're proving to you that it will be for the better, because there'll be better checks and balances in government, not as third parties, but as direct entities in actually these different political positions. Secondly, they talk of problems that, oh, NGOs are violent, but this is not exclusive to NGOs. If people kill a pig and take it to parliament, which the opposition going to streets, beating up people, fighting, even there is violence. Violence is not exclusive to NGOs. So give us a reason that is only tied to NGOs, that specifically says we should not associate them anywhere in our politics, despite the benefits that we have listed for you before. Even our own country itself participates and engages foreign donors to finance our different activities and actually have our objectives influenced at the end of the day. So why shall we not just shift the NGOs there and have them at the end of the day fronting these intentions of the people to these different stakeholders that we have? When you talk of neutrality, yes, maybe to an extent, NGOs are supposed to be neutral, but should it be to the extent extent that it affects their objectives and they don't have them at heart. What objectives of NGOs? To promote the rights of their people, to give them access to certain services they do not have. If that is a neutrality they want us not to have, then I'm proud to say that to that extent, I think NGOs are not supposed to be neutral. Because if neutrality is sitting back and not taking up the mantle to actually carry on a responsibility that is supposed to be yours and a responsibility you've proven and done best, then we do not want your neutrality. In conclusion, a leader is not just someone with a title. NGOs have stepped in where governments have failed, and they have done their best and proven to be the best check and balance. Give us an exclusive reason as to why we should contradict Article 38 and limit their participation. Thank you.
Panel.
Before you start, is there anything that can be done to improve this sound? Okay, thank you. Member of opposition, kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, panel. Now, the closing government actually makes it better for us to win this debate. They come here and they say, for us to win this debate, we need to give a specific reason why the NGOs should remain neutral, why they should not join the political arm of government. And this, my extension, and also my rebuttal and the answer to your question is encapsulated in one question. What happens in the event that there is a majority held by a specific NGO in parliament? Now, the opposition come here and say that there are checks and balances against foreign domination by an NGO. But would this still be in effect if a particular NGO actually had a majority in parliament? Because if we were to repeal section 44G, then we already say that they already have the capacity, the resources to actually mount a very strong political campaign in order for them to have enough people in our parliament. Now, if we have an NGO known as UK Aid, and we all know that UK Aid actually supports and fronts the propaganda of UK, the United Kingdom, what would happen in an event whereas they have a majority in our parliament, or the USA did the same thing, or even the China, whatever? Now, this is the problem, and this is our extension. Our extension is going to be analytical in nature, and it's going to be a historical view. And we're going to give you a historical view of the Cold War between Russia, USSR then, and also America. Now, during this Cold War, there was a proliferation of communist ideas and an agenda versus capitalists. Now, I'm going to give you what happened to all the countries that actually, through foreign aid, by Russia were able to actually have a communist government and work to their detriment. We see countries like Cuba, we see countries like North Korea. And now the reason why this communist agenda that was able to actually cripple their economies came in through foreign aid, whereas the USSR body of ASB at Beira Samaritan Band, or whatever that means in Russia, came in and gave in a lot of funding and foreign aid to these countries under the pretext of them actually allowing them into politics and government. And when they came into government, it led to communism. Now, we see Now we are here to talk about freedom of association, but the freedom and association of NGOs is socio-economic but not political in nature, and that is for a fact. Now we see what happened in this analysis. We see that the Cuban economy was never able to actually come back up when they adopted politically the Communist Manifesto. The same goes for North Korea. So now if we allow these NGOs enter our governments, if we allow these NGOs use their influence to come into the political spectrum, because Article 44G actually prevents them from actually coming into the political spectrum and only operating the spectrum of the socio-economic of the socio-economic benefits. Now, if we allow them into our politics as Uganda, if we allow them, we shall see what was said in the extension. They are going to have this. Now, bringing in the case scenario of them having a majority in parliament. Now, even though it's far-fetched to say that the people from under UK aid would have a majority in our parliament, you didn't take me. But even if we are to say that it is improbable, we can see that there are very many who are Western lying. For example, US aid, UK aid, German Pashe, and let's say they come and form a coalition in parliament. This means they'll be mandated as per the constitution to actually come up and make government. If they come up and make government, Ministry of Education will be under NGOs. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Gender will be under NGOs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Works will be under NGOs. So what will we see? We'll see that foreign domination they're talking about coming in. Because they said that checks and balances to actually prevent foreign domination. But this foreign domination, will no longer be foreign domination, but to be inculcated into us, as was communism in Cuba, as was communism in North Korea. Because they let these civil societies actually come in and corrupt their social institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, North Korea is the worst economy in the world, where most people go out starving for the entire year. The sanctions that have been imposed on Cuba has actually dwarfed and dwindled their economic development. But what does this come in? How does this affect our international relations and trade? We see that, first of all, the world is now at crossroads between the West and Russia with the Ukrainian war. Now, if we are to allow to be penetrated by one side of this, we lose the other side. Like all the countries that actually came and supported communism under USSR actually were left alone by the United States of America and all their economic whatever and all the West. And because of that, ladies and gentlemen, we see the economic detriment we are now. So the mandate and the freedom of association of NGOs should remain at socio-economic level. If they come into political aspects, they'll be able to do to us what has been done in North Korea and what has been done in Cuba. So now, panel, if you want to judge in their favor, it's very simple. If you want your children to starve to death as in North Korea, if you want everybody to die, then vote for the for them to come in and for them to have complete control over our economy. I'll take you. Thank you so much. Yes, we agree on that and we consent to that. But then we see, ladies and gentlemen, that if I work for UK aid, it is my mandate to front the ideas and ideology of the United Kingdom. The same way the NRM actually fronts the ideology of NRM, whereas Museveni should rule for over 35 years. So if we see that the same thing is happening with the political parties in our parliament, the same thing can happen with these foreign NGOs. The only difference is that these political parties are local and present a local standpoint while they have foreign agendas there. So, ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, we have freedom of association on our side as opposed to theirs, because we say it is better to actually have them engage in the socio-economic stance rather than the political stance. We have all the things they said. There is a citizen-centered government by the people, for the people, of the Ugandan people, not the UK people. We have localizing of NGGs, and still they maintain their resources. As they said, the multi-party politics will actually remain. But if we actually are to vote for them, for NGOs and CSOs that are foreign funded and foreign governments come into Uganda, then, ladies and gentlemen, what happened to Cuba and what happened to North Korea will happen to us. They would have complete political dominance over us, and this is something we cannot choose. We cannot choose to have homosexuality in Uganda just because United States aid as an NGO had a majority in our parliament, or a coalition of UK aid, German Pashe, and also UK aid formed a coalition, and because they formed this coalition, they were able to come into parliament, form government, and when they form government, it means the prime minister would be chosen from someone who is from UK aid, then the speaker would also come from US aid, and would have complete foreign domination. So I conclude by saying, let them stop at socio-economic and not join our politics. With that, allow me to rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member of opposition, for extending the opposition case. The last speaker from the government bench, the government whip. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the government whip. Here.
It's very interesting that we are arguing something under the rule of law. What that means is that it is totally not, we cannot go away from this debate today without giving you what actually the rule of law should be and what it is. This is the law. Section 38(1) and 2. Give every Ugandan a right to participate in peaceful activities that influence policies through government organizations. Objective 2, under 1, 5, and 6 are to the effect that everyone is allowed to stand for a political position. Everyone shall have access to leadership positions at all levels. All civic organizations aspiring to manage can engage in democratic values and principles as per their objectives. That is the law. What this whole section is actually a limitation to right that is presented in the Constitution. What that means, panel, is that we are supposed to have a necessity and urgency that we should be able to limit this right that is provided for in the Constitution and is limited by Section 44, right? To the nitty-gritties. What we've presented to you from this side. Now, first of all, they've painted for us a world where we have a government. The major problem right now is that they fear that a certain civic organization will have many people or many representatives in the parliament. Panel, the question is, what is the urgency right now? What do we fear most right now? What is actually the probability that of all the civil organizations in this country, what is the probability that one civil organization is going to have over 50 people in the parliament? Again, the question is, what is the problem with people choosing a certain or people from a certain civic organization? Because people don't just, or a civic organization does not just present people. Even if it is a bill, even if they fear that there is going to be foreign infiltration, these things are debated on the floor of parliament. Like, it's not just because someone has said, or a certain person from a civic organization has said something that is automatically going to be passed. That point, what we are saying right there is that there are already checks and balances. Where the government has feared in the past that there's going to be foreign infiltration, it has banned those organizations, it has refused that funding and all those kinds of things. What we are telling you is that the government has the power to control. But then, what is the necessity of limiting this right that is presented in the Constitution? We are arguing rule of law, right? So that means that do not even hold us for presenting to you the law, because that is what it is. Everyone has a right to a leadership position. It is not justifiable where civic organizations have shown you, like our opening told you, that these organizations are directly involved in what happens. So how viable is it? I'm not going to engage you. How viable is it? And where do we gain better benefit? Where do we actually present a better leader? Their arguments were very good. They presented to us the fact that civic organizations or people that are fronted by these organizations are better research and all these kinds of things. But what we are showing you, especially as closing, is that there is no necessity. Their fear happens in a world that we cannot actually point to. Their fear happens in a world where people don't have the capacity in their minds to measure who a better leader is and who a better leader is not. There are problems also when they say that they fear very many people from a certain organization being in parliament. Those same challenges are existent with the current, governments. What we are asking is that, is it demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society to limit this freedom of association, right? What challenges has it presented? Like, they have not shown us. The only problem they fear is that a certain organization, of all the, I don't know how many organizations, over 500 civic organizations that could present leaders, we are telling you that the chances of one of them having very many people in parliament that are going to overturn something are very minimal. But even if they were there, we are telling you that there are checks and balances, that things are not just passed in parliament. They are debated. They can be refused. People can refuse to vote a certain leader. So that is not a threat that happens in this debate. The rule of law is that even civic organizations under Article 38 can and should operate according to their objectives. If their objectives is to provide food for people, or for girls, provide menstrual pads for girls, and all those kinds of things. If they think that there is a certain leader, why should a certain person, just because they subscribe to a certain civic organization, why should their rights be limited? Yet they are capable, yet they are able, yet they are researched, they have the will of the people because they have been practicing in this civic organization. Why? How is it justifiable to limit their freedom or to engage in leadership positions, panel? So what we've not gotten from their side of the house, with all their beautiful arguments, is a necessity. We've shown you that these civic organizations are very involved, and there is no right, there is no justifiable reason as to why their freedom, as presented in the Constitution, should be limited, right? I'll take you. Marvin, you had a point of information earlier. Okay, thank you so much. So what we've shown you, panel, is that in a world where we are claiming democracy and all these things, there is a law. In order to limit that law, there should be very good reason, especially in a democratic society. What a democratic society looks like, that there is free play of agents, of whoever is able, of whoever can lead, whoever can stand. So in that where even if you fear that many people will be in government, democracy says people have believed that that certain people or person can represent them better, right? But even when we fear foreign infiltration, there are checks and balances that can handle that. The government has shown you that in the past. It has not been where they've seen a cause to limit. It has happened. So that should not be our problem right now. Our problem and the problems that are happening in this country is that there is a need to provide for the people. There is no need to limit someone who is able to stand for a leadership position simply because I subscribe to a certain organization. For that matter, I am better researched. I am able to represent the will of the people. So why should I be limited? And in a society where the law itself has provided for a provision for even these civil society organizations to operate according to their objectives, why should they be limited? If their only fear is foreign infiltration, we are saying that is not a problem because the government has shown on several occasions that it can deal with that. If their problem is division, we are saying in a democratic society we are allowed to agree or disagree on what we think works best. So panel, judge this debate in a democratic society. We rest.
Thank you very much. Government Whip. Again with that sound. Let us welcome the final speech, the final speaker in today's debate and in today's tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the opposition whip. Here, here.
the US, they recently allowed corporations to participate in their elections. These days, you can ask yourself the difference between the voice of the corporation and the voice of the citizens themselves, because dark money pockets have started springing up within the US under the guise of donations to help in elections. Should we want that as our future? That's something we say as close opposition. We vehemently answer in the negative. Now, we wish to go into the task closing government task give us a legitimate reason as to why we should repeal this law. We answer them, and we don't wish to leave them unanswered. We answer them that any more participation on the part of CSOs will essentially make them an appendage of the state. Government as a totality, and I think this argument completely summarizes and throws down the totality of government's argument. Government as an entirety, as a bench. Yes. Hello? Yes, government as a bench has argued that if we don't repeal this law, then government, of course, cannot carry out its functions. But they misconstrue the very functions of CSOs. CSOs are meant to complement the functions of government. Does the government have the right, have the duty, and the obligation to educate the citizens on voting? Yes. What do CSOs do? To come and assist the government in doing that. We must remember Afghanistan in this instance. I don't know if you're forgetting it. Because if you allow them to move beyond the point of neutrality into actually submerging or plunging themselves into the river of politics, then we say that they're only going to become the enemy they're fighting, because they're fighting the government. So if you allow them more participation, because they're meant to complement the government. So if I have a glove and you sew it onto my hand, it's now part of my hand. The glove is meant to assist me do certain things. Now, if you sew it onto my hand, it becomes part of my hand. It becomes an appendage of my body. So if you want to actually say, does the government as a totality wish to tell us that it wishes for CSOs to become an appendage of the state? The very thing they are fighting, it's self-contradictory and logically self-defeating. We, as closing opposition, say that we shouldn't allow this foreign dominance to penetrate into our country, because as my member of opposition labored to explain that we have CSOs that are funded by foreigners. These donors themselves have an agenda to carry out what government has told us to do. To repeal this law will mean that these people now are free to not only they leave the position of neutrality of CSOs, and they become an interest group. An interest group has one thing that it does: it lobbies because it thinks it has rights. Because a person who has been evicted, people who have been evicted from a piece of land, are an interest group. That interest group now has rights, and it's going to begin to lobby, not just to parliament, but to the government itself. Now, do you want to actually say that we want to form or reorient CSOs to turn them into an interest group from what they were, neutrality, the position of neutrality? No, because there should be no partisan participation on the part of CSOs, because that actually totally distorts their point. Yes, I'll take you. The assumption she has made is that we have strong institutions that regulate money coming in through the CSOs. But no, that is a fallacy. If you live in Uganda, you'll know that is a clear lie. Because you know that we have weak institutions. The government cannot account for every penny coming through a CSO. It can't. It has a weak institution. If America can't, we certainly can't. Because look at the assumption that she's making, that we have strong institutions to give accountability to people funded by foreign donors. That means the assumption she's making that these people can actually account for whatever money and manage to hold them accountable. But no, I would say that money actually rules this plane. So, yes, please. I will finish by addressing you. She addressed us on the urgency. Now, what urgency do we have? Because as my member of opposition mentioned, these people, the CSOs, can still carry out their functions even though they are not allowed to plunge themselves into a political pool. The world of politics is reserved for the citizens alone, and the citizens alone should not be allowed. This is a case of can it occur? can the CSOs, if allowed to bring in all monies that come to them, can they subvert the will of the people? The word is certainly yes. There is no urgency. The urgency can still be addressed with the CSOs remaining in the very position that they are in, instead of having them come into our country and subvert our democracy. Because if they lobby and engage with their money, if they manage to garner a majority, like my member of opposition was saying, if they manage to garner a democracy, a majority in parliament, then all is lost. And with that, we close our case.
Okay. Good evening, members. Good evening, everyone. You all look exhausted. We are going into the session that I believe is the most exciting one and the most terrifying one. And I hope we all take our seats as the judges go on to deliberate. In less than 5 minutes, we expect them to be back. So thank you so much for the wonderful time you've managed to share with us. So this is a quick one and very important. Those who haven't sent in their numbers with her on a sheet of paper, please make sure you go and register. It's very important. If you haven't registered with Martha, make sure you do so. It's very important. It indicates that you were here, and probably in case there's anything, you'll be able to have something for yourself. So I would like to read for you the program that we are left with. First of all, we are going to have a brief remark from our convener of this session today. And from then, we shall have a very brief and short remark from our sponsors, our partners for this organization, and then we shall have the different adjudicators have 5 minutes each to announce for us the winners, and then we shall have the awards. So I expect us to all sit down and stay calm as we wait for that session. So Kingdom Joshua Kingdom. Joshua Kingdom has been the brain behind this activity, and we welcome him to give a brief remark. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bwambale. So, hi guys, good evening. I wouldn't ideally be speaking, but it's just that the judges are working on the results for the finals. As soon as they get done, we shall get into the awarding and then we close. That said, members of GIZ, if they are still present, members of the Uganda Law Society, representatives from Pilgrim Center for Reconciliation, I greet you, judges, debate participants, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Guys, can I have your attention? All right, so my name is Joshua Kingdom, and I'm humbled to have been the convener for this particular tournament. I should say that I have organized a couple of tournaments before, but this was quite special for me in a way because it is my first physical tournament. Unlike many tournaments that I've arranged, there are usually challenges, and I can say that really, as I anticipated, there were some of them here. So as I go on with my speech, I would first of all want to thank the incredible team that I worked with, because it was only with them that I was able to overcome this stuff. I would like to thank the members of the OCOM, Binepe, Martha, Goddard, and Trish at some point for being there. I would like to thank ULS members. Usually some things would happen, would budget stuff, would estimate stuff, and then eventually realize that we had underestimated stuff. But then Madame Leah, Gaudias, these people were always there to be accommodative and understand and be able to adjust. I must thank them for that. I'd also like to thank members, representatives of the Pilgrim Center for Reconciliation. Again, the same thing that I said about the individuals from Uganda Law Society also applied to Mr. Mayonza in particular. You guys are going to be getting your transport facilitation, and it's Pilgrim Center for Reconciliation that particularly facilitated that. But just yesterday, we had to adjust the budget of the transport facilitation because we had many individuals turn up. But again, Mr. Mayonza was understanding and willing to again expound on the facilitation even on such short notice. So we thank you. That said, I just want to talk about briefly a debate. What does this particular tournament for me symbolize? I think for me this is on two levels. The first thing is a representation of young people coming up and dissecting ideas and giving us hope really in a country that hardly concentrates on some of these issues. I think that for me that gives me the hope and keeps me moving, knowing that the future is bright and that if we are able to inculcate such a culture, then we are going to have individuals later who are more able to express themselves, who are good at research, who are good at policy making and all that stuff. And I think that's really important. The last short bit for me is for the partners. This today we debated about freedom of expression for CSOs, but there are still very many areas that we can still handle again in this particular kind of mode. So we would humbly request, because I really think that what we had here was a demonstration of how far this effort can actually be realized. I think that in the next kind of times, we can also organize about other different themes and again get these young people engaged, but also have this particular kind of discourse going on. With those very, really many remarks, I would like to conclude by saying that I'm really, really excited that this debate, we're able to pull off this debate. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but from my end, I feel like it was a very big success. It was a long journey. We thought it's something that has occupied our mind since the year began. So to see it come to fruition is something that makes me really, really happy. And with that, I would like to thank you guys and wish you a safe journey back home. By that side, I would just like to emphasize that you get your transport facilitation. Just a few things, we are going to communicate on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Joshua, for that wonderful communication. Members, as Joshua was making his communication, there was a lot of noise in the background, which is not a very good thing for intellects and debaters. Please, as I invite our next guest, I pray and I hope that we are going to maintain silence so that we listen to what they are going to say. I'm not threatening, but I just want to remind you that in case you're indisciplined, the transport refund is still in our hands, so please behave. Before I welcome our guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize these fellow members. These are not students like us. These are members from the partner organizations that have made sure that this event has happened. First, the head of the team, I would prefer to call her Madame Leah, who is the head of Rule of Law Department, and at the same time, the Deputy CEO at the Uganda Law Society. She has been with us throughout the day, and most of you have been able to engage with her. She has been very, very significant. Can we have a bigger hand clap, please? Thank you so much, Madam Leah. We would like also to recognize the presence of Mr. Bob Mayonza, who is the Country Director for Pilgrimage Center for Reconciliation. He has been with us throughout the day as well. And most of you have been lucky to get some few shots from him. Those who haven't got, there will be days where you'll be able to get. I still demand him for a shot, so I need that. I would like also to recognize the presence of a very important person who was with us from the beginning in the morning. That's Mr. Godias Kuria Singura. Is the rule of law officer at ULS. I don't know whether he's with us in the room, but he has been very significant. Most of you have seen him running around. And lastly, we will recognize the presence of the legal officer, rule of law. That's Madame Alego Rita. Thank you so much for being with us today from the beginning up to now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit late and we understand, we apologize. And we are going to take this session very fast as we wait for the adjudicators. Let me pass on this brief announcement before Madam Leah comes in to say something small. Those who are from upcountry, you're going to receive your transport refund in cash this evening. And we hope you will travel back safely to wherever you'll be. And then those who are within, as Joshua said, shall expect it a little bit later on. So let's first handle those who are going a little bit far. Now, everyone who participated in today's tournament, you have a certificate. Whether you broke through the rounds or you didn't, you're going to go home with a certificate. So that's a great thing. Clap for yourselves. I'm seeing those who are not clapping, and I'll be the one issuing out the transport refunds as they get there. Okay, it's fine. So at this juncture, let me welcome Madam Leah to come and give us a brief remark. Thank you so much for being a very great person and staying with us all day.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for keeping up until this time. It is late. I'm not going to take more than 2 minutes. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all on behalf of the Uganda Law Society, and also to thank our donors, our development partners that have enabled this event to take place. The GIZ, which program is co-founded by the European Union and the German Embassy. Thank you so much. My word to all of you is to thank you for all being able to participate. I was talking to one of you and I was telling him that in our days, we didn't do these things. At least you have gotten where we never got. So thank you so much. Tonight, if you do not get announced as the winner or the first runner-up, please know that that doesn't matter. What matters is that you came and you participated because you researched. You did your best. All of you, you did your best. I believe all of you prepared to be winners, but there's always one winner. But that should never discourage you. The fact that you came all the way is what matters. The fact that you participated in this debate is what matters. At least to me, it matters. And I thank you all. Like I promised, that is all I will say. I appreciate the team that organized this debate. I appreciate the coordination you have inter-university. Please go on, because even after university you will meet. Try to get stronger bonds while you're in your university, because when you get out there, the people, your peers, are what will take you to another level. Thank you so much, and I wish you a safe journey back. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much for that brief remark. We are very glad to have you, and we hope that this tournament continues happening every year with your support and the support of the ULS and pilgrimage. So thank you so much. I would like to pass on another brief announcement. This is to the new debaters in the room, and for those who are not aware, in Uganda we have a society that's called the Uganda University Debate Presidents Council, and that council is in charge in spearheading all the activities of the debate societies in the country. And the council has a steering committee whose members are also in this room, and I would like to introduce them briefly. So if you know you're part of the UDPC steering committee, as we await for the judges to take their seat, let's introduce ourselves briefly so that the members in the house get to know us and they can reach you out in case they have anything to do with their debate societies. So if you're a member of the UDPC steering committee, please, Sabrina, Joshua Kingdom is here. Are we having Wonder Woman? Hopkins? So we have had at least a significant number here today. So I serve on the UDPC as the Deputy National Coordinator. That's for the Uganda Debate Presidents Council. And feel free to come to me on any issues to do with your debate societies. Our mission is to make sure that every debate society in every university around the country achieves their goals and their dreams. So thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Joshua Kingdom, and on the UDPC cabinet I serve as the legal advisor.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm called Atwine Sabrina, and I'm the Central Region Coordinator for the UDPC. Thank you.
Yeah, so this team plus more, the president is called Mr. Baria Mujura Mahad. He was the former president of Kampala International University main campus, Debate Society, is the current head, but he's absent. There are other members, like the former debate president of Kisubi University, that's a team, Mercy. Those from Kisubi University here, do we have any? She also serves on that committee. There's Wonder Woman up there. Susan? Susan, please. Could you come across here so that you can be seen? So as Susan comes, the members that are going to announce for us the best speakers, the best 10 speakers are already ready, I've been informed. So please come and take the stage and take us through that session. So this very beautiful young and tall lady also serves on the University Debate Presidents Steering Committee. So she can say her name and probably her position.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Owomcha. I serve as the Speaker, University Debate Presidents Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's okay. We call her Wonder Woman, so you can call her that as well. So at this juncture, please let's hear from our team from the tab to announce for us the best speakers. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm sure you guys are already tired, so I'm just going to try to run through this as quickly as possible. So, best speakers. In 10th place, it's already heated up and we have a tie. So, in 10th place, the first person is Arinaitwe. You guys don't even do drum rolls. Okay. So 10th place, with a total of 209 speaker points, is Arinaitwe Daffin. Okay then, moving on. So in 10th place as well, with a total of 209 speaker points as well, it's Brian on Enroad. In ninth place, with a total of 211 speaker points, we're going to read you as well. You should drum for everyone. In ninth place, we have Kibirango Osama Rahim. Okay. In eighth place, with a total of 212 speaker points, we have Niringie Sam. In seventh place, with a total of 212 speaker points, I believe the difference would then come from either the number of speeches given, the average, or the standard deviation. And in this case, it was a standard deviation. It is Susan Owomugisha. Okay, in sixth place, with a total of 213 speaker points, we have Adungo Oniogo David. And now we're moving into the top five. So in fifth place, with a total of 218 speaker points, we have Oloikin Praise Opoloje. In fourth place, with a total of 220 speaker points, we have Birunji Prima Elizabeth. Top three, so I expect you guys to drum this time, and you guys have been slacking. So, in third place, with a total of 222 speaker points, we have Ahurira Marvin. In second place, with a total of 224 speaker points, we have Nachigude Speria. So, as we wind up, first place is very special, so I expect you guys to drum even more than before. With a total of 224 speaker points as well. Now, it was very interesting for the first two positions because this is how close it was. We considered the number of speeches given and they tied. We considered the average and they tied. We even had to go to the standard deviation. That's how tight first and second place were. But technically they have the same points. So in first place with 224 speaker points, Chimbugwe Marvin Nicholas. I believe the first five, if you're in the first five, there are gifts for you. I believe those will be given out. I do not know how the judges are going to take this on. Okay, so we're going to ask Mr. Chimbugwe Marvin Nicholas to come forth. And we're also going to ask Madame Aligo Rita from the Rule of Law Officers to come forward and anyone from the Rule of Law Officers? Is Mr. Mayonza Bob around?
Okay, thank you so much. We are done with that session. Congratulations, our best speaker. You look nice in that medal. Mr. Bob Muyonza, thank you so much for decorating him. And we pray that you keep standing because you're going to still decorate the next session. And we ask Madam Leah to be around the house because she's also going to decorate another category of persons. So the next category is poetry. And I'm going to invite the Chief Adjudicator Poetry to take over the session. Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, everyone who participated. So we had 15 participants and 6 went forward to the finals. And we did fresh tallies. So rounding up the tallies and the average score from every judge on content and delivery and language, we were able to come up with our top 2 performers. And with the average score of 81, we have Okello Jerome as the first runner-up. Guys, let's clap for him. Thank you so much. And with an overall score of 86.3%, the winner of the Poetry Track Rule of Law Inter-University competition is none other than Kalunji Charles Clever.
So thank you so much, our adjudicator, Chief Adjudicator for Poetry, for that wonderful job. Congratulations, the winner. Another hands of applause for the winner. That was great, beautiful. So thank you so much, Mr. Bob, for gracing the event. At this juncture, allow me to call the Chief Adjudicator for debates to come and shock us, to come and surprise us. Pour some adrenaline in our blood veins. Thank you so much. You're most welcome, Mr. Roy.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's been quite a day, and we have reached the climax of today's event. I know that we've been waiting to get to know who takes the day, and the time is about now. In the final debate, where we were examining whether we should repeal the section of the the Non-Governmental Organizations Act of 2016 that requires non-governmental organizations to always be non-partisan, the team that came third and thereby being the second runner-up of today's debate is the team that debated in closing government, Team Jane Francis Abodo from Makerere University. Put your hands together for Team Jane Francis Abodo, the winners of today's bronze. Team Jane Francis Abodo from Makerere University, hosts, go away with bronze today. Congratulations, Team Jane Francis Abodo. upon making bronze. In place in this evening's final, and thereby being the first runner-up in the Rule of Law Debate Championship 2022, is the team that debated in opening government, the team from Uganda Christian University, Martin Egonda Ntende. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We congratulate Team Martin Egonda Ntende from Uganda Christian University. Those things are over. Put your hands together once again for Team Martin Egonda Ntende from the Uganda Christian University. And now, for the moment, that we've been waiting for all day, the moment that we call momentous in such a tournament, the time that we all love to celebrate, the time where we declare that among winners there must be an ultimate victor. The winner of the Rule of Law Debate Championship 2022 is the team that debated in opening opposition, Benedicto Chiwanuka from Gulu University.
And celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and
Many
jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented, but that was in the bad old days before I met you. When I let you walk into my
They came to the hill, they saw, and they conquered.
and celebrations. When I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be.
Gulu University, ladies and gentlemen.
Thought you were above me, but I was only fooling myself to think you'd love me. But then tonight you said you couldn't live without me. You're round about me, you wanted to stay. Congratulations and celebrations. When I tell everyone.
Wow. Congratulations, Team Gulu University. Brief announcement. Our certificates are all at the entrance to the boardroom. Those who were debating, that was room 2. All your certificates are there. Your transport refunds at that point. Thank you so much for coming. It has been a wonderful session. Yeah, to be more specific, transport refund is for those from upcountry. Please go that side. Thank you so much for coming. May God bless you all. Have a wonderful night and safe journey back.